Okay.
Attention, please.
Yo. 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 Yo.
What's going on, everyone? It's David Palmer, Leo King, and welcome to your sun sign horoscopes for this week of February 20th through the 27th, 2025. Hope everybody's doing wonderful out there. Thanks so much for being a part of highvibe.tv. And if you are not a part of highvibe.tv, definitely is now the time to do it, to get all of course, my daily horoscopes, weekly horoscopes, and all the special programs that are on, plus being part of our awesome community. That's where I put all my energy in, is in the community, for the people that really want to do all this spiritual work and come together, especially during these times. I'm excited to do these sun sign horoscopes. I know I've been doing them bi-weekly, but this week there's so much happening that I'm going to do it for this week and do it for next week. I am one that, when it comes to sun sign horoscopes, because I've been doing them so long, I could tell you they take the most energy out of everything that I do. I can do dailies all day. I could do weeklies. I could do mundane astrology. I could, with readings that I'm doing at the same time while I'm doing specials and going into history and the stars and doing full. I can do all these things. But after all these years, you want to know, as a manifesting generator, just to do these sun signs, it's just the most, ugh. And I think that's because I just give so much on them. And I feel that a lot of people, I know they need them. So that's, it's hard because I'm somebody who does follow human design, and I can tell you the frustration as a manifesting generator that I am to do these. There's nothing else in the world I'm frustrated about except doing these things. And I think it's just because of the energy out there. And some people, I think, claw to their sun sign horoscope so much to define their life, and it's hard because I know that, the other thing is there's so many other people that do them out there. So it's really surprising to me that people have a cow if I don't do them, because we're in a world where there's thousands of astrologers on YouTube that you can watch a sun sign horoscope all the time. Anyhow, that's just me just being honest. So, but I do, you know what, the best way going forward with them, because this is what I give to YouTube and to High Vibe, is just when I'm in it and I'm called, like I feel called to do it now, right? When I'm called to do this shit, I'm always going to deliver when I know you need the real juice, It's not like I can see transits that I could see people being like, oh my God, I need that sun sign horoscope. Fucking where's the Leo King? And I could tell you that I'm in the back and I'm like, nah, not that big a deal yet. So I know when it is a big deal. And of course we are coming into that, but I do got to say this because it's, I think, important. So, I mean, if you're on High Vibe, you know about this, but if you're on YouTube, you might not. So I do all the specials. Of course, this is like just going to highvibe.tv. You can click watch section and see what's all happening. Like right now, I just refresh it. So, we're live right now. Of course, you have to be a subscriber, but it was in these very paid, these very special, but these paid video specials, I did my X moment one, and it's all about this March and this April. And it's literally about the greatest shift that's ever going to take place astrologically in our lives and change the world forever. And I'm promoting it because I think a lot of people have not really got to what's really going on out there yet and what's about to happen. And this is the video that covers it. I spent 4 hours and 38 minutes long. But, you know, if you feel called to really, you know, and what's cool with High Vibe, you don't have to be a subscriber. You can purchase just a video where you always see underneath, subscribe to watch if you're like a premium plus subscriber, or you could just purchase the video and then that's it. You just go into High Vibe and you log in and that's just the video and you don't watch the other content. You know, I make it to where it's like you're not stuck on something if you don't want to be, but you want special content, stuff like that. And for people that want to know, if you get confused, we do it based off personas now. So these are all my videos and these are in subcategories. So like every daily, right? You click daily and then all the dailies, or there's an easy way to do it where you just go to search now and our filters appear. And this is also how it works on the apps. And you can go author and you can go down to the authors. And so you can do the Leo King. And so these are all the videos in a row that I do, right? So you can see what I'm doing, because if you're not on High Vibe, you just might be like, oh, this motherfucker, where is he? Oh, I'm every day, multiple shows a week as on top of the everyday videos doing this, right? So, you know, if you want to really understand how it works, very simple, you can do this on the apps too. There's that. And of course, I'm going to be starting my Jupiter school. I've just redone the school, so all my Leo King Elites, you can actually be on subscription now and just pay monthly, opposed to paying like these, you know, bigger prices that astrology schools are. So all my tiers 1 through 4 on here now, right? So show all videos to go through all the different tiers of the Leo King Elite School. That's my most famous school, was my Love Masterclass during the beginning of March 2020. And boy, was that crazy, that school. And more people learn just how to do astrology off that school than anything. I think a lot of people have told me, and I would agree as a teacher, the Pluto Masterclass was the best school I ever did, besides Hypergate. But as far as like more just traditional understandings of astrology, than Saturn Masterclass as well. You know, you get all these, and then of course all 3 Hypergate schools, the Hypergate Manifestation class, my Eclipse classes. I even have my old schools on here. These are the 4 I did in 2013, my Spiritual E-commerce Business School. And then these are just like one-off ones I throw in, like open class about ephemeruses, decoding mysteries in astrology, open classes, talks, Hypergate Revelation, stuff like that. But anyway, the main thing, of course, was to be able to tell people about this X moment that, you know, this week, the sun sign horoscopes that we're doing, they're a big deal because, you know, to me, it's like, this is going to be what I've been using with astrology, but also doing all the prophecy work and decoding all of John Dee's and Nostradamus's work, especially focused on those two. And, you know, even just the Conscious Life Expo lecture I just did last weekend really solidified that we're here. And, you know, it's nothing to be scared about, but it's definitely something to be completely aware about. And I don't think that there's a lot of information out there that actually gets you to the source and the understanding, and then what's also going to transpire from it. So, you know, I recommend if you really have that energy that you're curious, to take a look at that. And for those that don't understand High Vibe still today, which I get it, we're in a crazy world. There's a lot of stuff out there, but to understand how the community works, this also is on the apps. I'm using my laptop, of course, but like, you know, everybody's allowed to post their own videos, pictures. There's no censorship with us on High Vibe. You can follow people. We do polls. It's an active community. There's actually people doing things. There's actually people supporting each other. There's actually people talking about their astrology. There's no feed of just crap and BS and what's happening, and not just like, you know, random, just weird stuff you don't want to get caught up in, but actually, you know, spiritual conversations happening. We of course have 5 different rooms, general, just astrology, stuff that goes to me, full disclosures. That's more about, you know, more of the conspiracies or stories in the world. And there's a channeling one. And then if you're in my schools where you are a Premium Plus member for schools, there's HVTV Plus, and then I have a Hypergate Intensive specific group that I have there. So there's direct messaging between members now. There's so many different things. So, you could follow somebody, and I'm sure I could pick somebody here that won't mind, like Valtopia. I know Valtopia. I can click her, right? I could see everything. I could follow her. I could message her, and I could see every post she's made. She's made 2,800 comments, right? Like, this is not some, I've gone to some other people saying they're putting out astrology communities. This is actually a real community. There's actually comments. There's actually people. There's actually things happening. It's happening, and it's in app form, and it's not a cheap app. As you all know, I've been doing apps now this will be the 11th year. So my 11th year having an app for the astrology community with video and commenting at the very beginning, and finally, 2019 and 2020 finally came the beginnings of the community, but to have it all in the app form and to have it all super awesome and fully blown, and you can upload your own videos, you can do whatever pictures, you can do what you want, and to have it all connected with the Watch section in the school. And, so if you bought a video, this would be your library, right? So whatever you would bought, if you're not a member and you don't want to subscribe, it just goes into your library. So you always have that. And anyway, I thought I would just put that out there since I'm putting out this work, which I know a lot of people do appreciate. That's my way of kind of bringing it back. But before we go into this horoscope, for every sign, I just want to say a couple things about the astrology, because, the astrology's best way I can put it is we're here, and in some ways we don't even realize we're here yet. The amount of Pisces that we have, the amount of transits that are not just built up, but have completely finally arrived and are about to build up, and then about to also move forward, like Neptune getting ready to come into Aries, or go backwards from Aries back into Pisces, like Venus, and then soon to be Mercury. Especially this week, we're going to be talking about that Mars finally stationing direct in Cancer. We have Mercury and Saturn. We have the Sun in the same sign as Saturn. These are serious times. The North Node, of course, still with Neptune, and Neptune in Pisces, the ruler. And we've seen this North Node here for quite a minute now, a couple weeks now, and we're going to see it all the way into April. It's not moving from 27 degrees. But also this is Saturn now at the 20th degree this week in the third decan, and closing in on Neptune, but also the North Node and Neptune, they're together, but that North Node and Neptune start separating, and now we're going to be going into that North Node Saturn energy over these, couple months. So this is going to be the March, April, and even into May, and that's when Saturn ingresses into Aries, and we start to see finally Venus, come back into Aries and so forth. It's going to be the most extreme, 3 months of our life that we've ever seen. And then there's another part of it that's so extreme when everything comes back after the summer, when we see Neptune and Saturn retrograde back into Pisces and Uranus back into Taurus, and we all are in the deepest waiting period and having to retrograde back into an old world before we really move into the new one in 2026. But that's a whole nother story. I think it's more important to realize that this is not just your average astrology moment. This is not going to be, I guess you could say, I'm trying to find the right word because I want to say not going to be easy, but if you've been doing the spiritual work and you're really aware of it, I think it can be. I think one thing to remember is that North Node Neptune conjunction we've been having, and just even having Neptune still here in Pisces, we'll look back and we'll be happy, and we'll also have regrets that we don't have it anymore because, Neptune's in its domicile. It's in Pisces. It rules it. It's about moving through things. And so we're going to be moving through, not going after things. It's about moving through. It's about spiritually moving through. We're going to have to find compassion, but where is that compassion fully at, especially it's going to get much more intense when Neptune comes into Aries and the North Node's dispositing a Neptune in Aries. And also, you know, Pisces is where the 12th house is, right? We're trimming all the fat. So when I see all the things happening in the world today, I go, makes sense. We're also very close, even if you look at the astrology for this week, when I show you in all your sun signs or rising, however you want to look at it, we're at a place where we're almost getting to that 2013 major stellium in Pisces. I mean, we got a big stellium in Pisces now, but, you know, we're not going to reach where it did in 2013, where we had 7 energies. And that was because Chiron was in Pisces, but we reached the most Pisces you could ever really reach, especially with Neptune being the ruler, being in there. And ironically enough, that was with Jupiter and Gemini. So there is a lot of stuff that in the sun sign horoscope, it's going to be very difficult to be able to tell you about every past pattern we are reflecting in our lives here, because whether I use the Venus cycles and the 8-year cycles, whether I use just that Jupiter cycle of 12 years ago in this Pisces transit, or the many others that go back with Pluto and Aquarius, or the 4,000 year cycle with this Mars retrograde that's finally going to station direct, or I go even all the way back to, you know, over 6,000 years ago, the last time that Saturn and Neptune met at 0 Aries. I mean, it's very difficult to use every single thing in these weekly horoscopes for you all. So that's why I recommend watching my Deep Astrology every week if you're on High Vibe TV. And I definitely recommend subscribing. And because for people that just have watched me forever, I know there's a ton of people out there that don't like me. They think I tout politics all day, which I'm sure there's going to be people in the chat who be like, when it comes to the astrology, I'm not talking about politics. It's like why we have a separate show, full disclosure. And, you know, it's kind of sad that people still base the things that I stood for in 2020 and just don't even see what I do now. And I've noticed that because I made an intentional Substack post to test where the waters were with the astrology community. And it really ruffled a lot of feathers. And it was like, wow. Just by me even saying DEI, but ironically enough, not even attacking it, but talking about the inclusion aspect, like how the astrology community at their conferences and the way that they were treating astrologers or even attendees, no, you must wear a mask, or if you don't take a test, you're not allowed in the event. There's no inclusion in that, especially when it came to, you know, something that there were people that were speaking truth and like, hey, this isn't working. Those shots don't work. No, you have to. They say this. Why don't you use the astrology? No, like it was insane, right? So it wasn't even, it's so funny. I never attacked that, but I tactically understood that if I worded it to actually only hit that people are so triggered if they see something in the negative light that they do. And it really brought up a lot of interesting comments on Facebook and so forth, and how many people really think they don't even watch my content and they actually think I just sit and talk about Trump all day. And I'm going to use a line from Deep Love Tarot I used about Trump in 2020, and it was like one of the first reels I ever made. I said, and I was smoking a cigarette on the red couch. Remember, I used to do that. I'm like, you know what? I love Trump so much. I fucking jerk off to him every day. And people laugh so hard because it's like, do you really think I just sit and talk about Trump and do astrology? That's not what I do. For real. Like, I have the receipts. I have the thousands of videos since 2020. You know, if you want to go watch thousands of videos, you can. And I'm sorry, but I just don't do my astrology based off a person. I do my astrology based off the astrology, and I talk about the astrology, and I talk about our evolutionary growth, including in these sun signs. It's really interesting. I might throw a joke here or there, and that's about it. And that's been a while. I don't have a agenda with astrology. I've been doing this a long time, and I've been doing it saying things. I even got accused of, you know what, ever since you got COVID in 2020, you have long COVID, you've changed. Really? More like, the backlash I got for telling people the reality would shatter, that the shot wouldn't work, that it was going to be experiments gone bad. I mean, these are the things that didn't come because of long COVID. They were said in 2017, 2018, 2019 with massive warnings. And even in those months approaching 2020, I was screaming, literally. People know me as like passionate, but they'll say I was screaming. I mean, I wasn't screaming. I was just passionate, but pay attention. Nobody wants to talk about plagues. Nobody wants to talk about what's coming. So it's really interesting for another astrologer to say that I have long COVID and that I can't put two sentences together and I mumble my words and I can't put my thoughts together, or that I've fallen off a cliff with astrology. It's so interesting because my sun sign horoscopes are the ones that people literally complain if I don't put them out. Like, I get emails, I get complaints, I get so much hell if I don't put them out. Yet I put them out for free. So subscribers on High Vibe, it's not something they pay for because I put it out for free on YouTube. It's literally just what I give to the world. And people, so I even get it from my own people that pay to watch me. And it's made me rethink how to, like after these transits of the next couple months, like how I'm going to do the Leo King, like what kind of astrology am I going to do? Because, I'm not selling crack, but for some reason these sun sign horoscopes are being treated as if they're crack and people aren't getting their crack or something. And, I'm getting older. I'm in my 40s now, and I have another child on the way. And trust me. Do you think I like to be here late at night? Do you think I like to do these kind of things and spend that extra time while I could be at home with my daughter, my wife? I'm lucky that I get to see them a lot. Trust me, but things have to change in my life, and the amount of content that I do and the amount of stuff, I mean, I've told everybody on High Vibe this week that this Pisces transit that we're in and where we're at, and with the Venus retrograde coming and even this Mars direct, is the biggest dream you've ever had. You're going to have to let go in order to see the bigger dream. You can't see the bigger dream through this veil. And there's ego, yes, but there's just as bad, which is soul attachment. And this is where the subconscious soul attachment to dreams that sometimes are just dreams that we've already lived, but we're just kind of like trying to reinvent them or make them to another, illusion that it'll be better. They have to go. And, so for me, it's one of those things where, I'm letting go of a lot of my visions of what used to be that have been and don't know what's next. I mean, I'm going to still be on High Vibe and still be doing what I love to do. But, what that love to do might change what it might look like, and I just also want people to know I don't feel like a victim at all. I feel more like my North Node Chiron in Gemini in the 10th. Like it's not, I will never be understood fully. I will always, my words will always be taken the wrong way. I will always have people who don't like me. I'm a fucking double Leo. Like, of course, the moon in Taurus, it's just, I don't have the astrology to be well liked, especially in the times where so many of the planets are in the south, and I was born with everything that defines me up in the north, right? And the signs that really trigger people, especially we're living in the times of the opposite of Leo Taurus, right? It's much more very Pluto Aquarian, right? Very Pluto at Scorpio, right? And Aquarius. So it's very different. And I think I just feel more like, because if I felt like a victim, I wouldn't be sitting in my 4th TV studio, live streaming to you like this with all the tech and with the high quality of not just the way it's produced, but also the material I bring. If I felt like a victim, victims don't do anything in their life. And to be honest with you, I've never been happier in my whole entire life. Being a father, having the best wife, building a family has been the best thing that's ever happened to me in my life. I've never been happier in my personal life. I've never been happier with my work life. I love astrology. I love what I do. In many ways, for me, a lot of this Pisces energy is also, I put the fight fully to try and hopefully get the attention of the astrology community to make some changes, to actually be inclusive and to actually have voices that have different ways of interpreting the astrology and want to bring a lot of talent and skill. And they don't, it's like, it's okay. They don't want that. They want it to be the kind of hive mind thing. And so it's not that I'm giving up the fight. It's just like, I'm just letting them be. Like, it's okay. I don't want to ever try to force anybody to do anything. So to me, it's more like I feel so happy just because I know where I sit. People know where I sit, whether they like it or not. And I did everything I could. And I think in Pisces, you have to remember that, you do everything you can, and you got to give it to God. You got to let it go, and you just got to move through. And I'm very tactical when it comes to knowing how to test the waters. So like that article I put out on my Substack, that was so my 10th house, North Node, Moon, Chiron. You think I just randomly threw that thing out. It was so easy to see who would get frizzled. And it also gave me a very clear understanding of the astrology orgs are not going to change. The UAC is not going to change. That article was about an issue that happened 8 years ago, or what is it, 2025, 7 years ago, during UAC 2018, where they banned my video talking about the trade show with Nadia, and Nadia then got taken off the board after it. She had been on it for decades, just because I was speaking about bringing some new, young, like positive energy, and I made a recommendation to the board of having a YouTube astrology panel, and it was shut down. And you wouldn't believe who was the last vote. They're a massive YouTube astrologer that's on the board. I won't even say her name because I care about her and I love her, but I could never believe that one of the people that was inspired by me to start her channel was the final vote to end the actual inclusivity that I was trying to bring to it. So that's the irony of the whole thing. And I offered to bring all the studio stuff that I had in 2018. Of course, some of it's still here. All the cameras, pay for my employees and not charge them $1, and to give all the profits to all the organizations and do a live stream. And I said, if we can get the 10 top astrologers on YouTube and have all of them do the panel, but also let's live stream it and we'll sell tickets for cheap. But, with the millions of subscribers we all have, that can help and change the whole astrology community and actually make these organizations more understanding and attainable. And for it to be banned, to have a YouTube astrologer that you've all watched be the final vote that canned it, and then to also the woman and the astrologer that was helping to pull her off the board of NCGR, I think she was on, was like one of the most horrific things I've ever experienced in my life, and made me see how weird and one of the reasons they gave me that they said no was that the older astrologers would feel overshadowed. And I said, how's it overshadowing? It's just going to be a panel discussion. Like, they're going to have their lectures. I mean, like, I'm sorry that maybe, if they want me to bring, I even said, I can bring cameras to the ones you want that feel that way, and we can live stream theirs too. And they didn't have it. So I haven't said it publicly yet. I just made that Substack yesterday, and I made a little note in my Substack, but I am not going to attend UAC 2016. I am not going to have a trade booth there. I did not apply to be a speaker. And that's another Pisces thing, to let go of something that you love and that you cherish spiritually is hard. But they do not want to change. And those organizations that are behind it are still holding on to very old ways. And unfortunately, they don't want to grow. They don't want to bring in anything that's truly new. And they're afraid of voices that are free. They're afraid of people who will talk with astrology and make predictions, and also at the same time really bring some innovative ideas. They want you to toe the old school line and fall in line and stay very contained. And it's really sad because those orgs are dying. And I don't even know if there's really an astrology community anymore, to be honest with you. There's a lot of wars in the astrology community and the online community, but it's not a community. What makes United Astrology Conference so amazing is because I've been to the 2012 one in New Orleans. I was at 2018, of course, in Chicago as well. It is the ability for 3,000 to 4,000 astrologers to come together. And for them to have really surrounded themselves by people that run these orgs that really are biased off political ideologies and not wanting to innovate or try new technology or do anything or hear from other voices and have some really good maybe debates, really, for real. Like, let's have some astrology debates. They just want everybody to be like, let's toe the same line. It's sad. And it just comes to a point to where, let's see what it's like. Let's see what it's like. I mean, in 2018, I live streamed as many astrologers as I could. I paid the thousands of dollars to live stream just because if you look it up, it was Chris Brennan. He did some interviews, and me, and I think Nadia Shah did a couple, but I definitely took the cake, and I was doing them live at the conference. And I'm so blessed that I was able to get, Michael Luton's now passed, and he was a great mentor of mine. It's just really hard to think that the community, after this long, I thought by now they'd be ready, but they're not. They're not. So it's sad. It's just, We'll see what happens in the future. I mean, that's the other thing is when you go into these sun sign horoscopes, you have to remember this Pisces vibe. Like, we're seeing glimmers of it. We're not getting the whole picture, and we will though, but not now. And, you know, these are mirroring the events that literally, astrologically, transit-wise, happened back in 1555. And Nostradamus truly knew his astrology, and it was said that he was clumsy with it and didn't do the math well. Yet he did an almanac for like 25 years. So, you know, it's really interesting to see where we're at. And I know there's a lot of people upset there. My advice during this time, like my advice was in 2016 when I did Age of Deception, and I did my uncuts that year. We had a Mars retrograde in Scorpio. That was me outside with the fucking flies in my mouth and shit. But when I did Age of Deception in September in Las Vegas, it was during the nodes were flipped, right? The North Node was in Virgo, South Node was in Pisces, and we saw Neptune in that South Node, and we saw the Neptune and Saturn square, and that was the 3/4 square with Saturn Neptune since the conjunction that happened in Capricorn at the end of the 80s into the beginning of the 90s. That, you know, like if you just get so lost in the media stuff, you're just going to get just destroyed in your life, your soul. And just think about this Saturn-Neptune conjunction getting ready to commence. It's going to pound you if you're so lost in the media. I mean, the fact that people are freaking out about what they see, and then the story changes a couple days later. I mean, like, and to also not be just applying astrology, like whether you like whatever's happening or not, it's Pisces. A bunch of stuff's going to be ending. Like that's really basic astrology, but like, you know, let the astrology be your guide. Don't let the media tell you how to feel. Don't let the media take control of your emotions. Don't let the media take control of who you are as a person. It's just not worth it. It's not worth giving up your sacred soul. It's not worth giving up all the beautiful parts of who you are, because what you see on the internet and what you see on TV and what you see on YouTube and what you see by the news, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. But, you know, we'll look back and, you know, these were the times where there would be a great division in the world. It's happening everywhere, right? But, you know, that's what Neptune at the end of Pisces is. You know, I just want to say this last thing because I don't really come on YouTube much and talk astrology and just where I'm at. I do on High Vibe, but I mean, and it's about the politics, but I'm just going to go about the, you know, why did I call the election? If you notice in my whole video, I didn't really go into the charts much. I just used the mundane astrology and history. So I used the Civil War astrology. I used the Revolutionary War and the Pluto transit, the Neptune transit. I used, of course, knowing where we were at, where Pluto was in Aquarius the time prior to 1777 and 78, when it was in 1531, with King Henry VIII and the schism from Catholic Church in 1533 and 34. I used what I wanted to do, which had never been done before. And I'm surprised nobody caught it. But I made my prediction off using mundane astrology and historical events of the past. I didn't need to use the charts of people. And so it's not surprising at all what has happened and what is continuing to happen. And I highly recommend, if you have not watched it yet, it's on YouTube. It was just last week. Dr. Ann Wilkie and I did a History in the Stars about that schism from the Catholic Church with Henry, and who were his advisors? Because you could use that as Trump, and like looking at who was the Elon Musk for Henry when he made his schism. And when you watch that episode, it'll blow your mind, the history. It's like we're watching history replay itself. So it shouldn't surprise you. And that's where Pluto and Aquarius, to me, it's like, I love Pluto because it has that phantom kind of effect, that fear, addiction. And so people want this to happen, whether they like actually want it to happen because they want to cut the government waste or whatever, or they want to see some changes, or they don't want it to happen, but they want to see it happen because they love the fear and the shock. And that's what's different about Pluto and Capricorn. So the people that love the fear and the shock are the ones that in Pluto Capricorn wanted to keep everything controlled, like everything, just keep it as it is. And that's not how reality works. It's not how evolution works. That's not how anything works in the universe. Nothing stays the same. And to not use the history and to not even know what these cycles and where we're at right now and see that, of course, the whole world's going to change. Of course, these things are going to happen. It's not that shocking. Like Pluto's trying to teach people a lot here about what's shocking or not. I know that the plane situation has affected a lot of people over the last, weeks, how many planes are falling out of the sky. But again, that was something in 2020, 2021, I said, and I continue every year to parrot it, that I said, Jupiter and Pluto meeting 3 times in Capricorn in 2020, while Saturn, the ruler, was in there. And while Saturn then went into Aquarius, there was that one Jupiter-Pluto conjunction. You have to remember that the last time that we had 3 Jupiter-Pluto conjunctions in the same sign was in Leo, and that's right after World War II and the beginnings of civilian air travel and the way we see it today. Like TWA and you dress up and you, very Leo, right? You dress up, you get your bags, you do your honeymoon, you get on the TWA jet and you go somewhere. That life's ending, and it's been ending. And now you mix Pluto and Aquarius, which Pluto pulls you down to the underworld, and Uranus, the ruler of Aquarius, takes you as high as you can, right? The god of the skies, the god of air. Well, Pluto is pulling things out of the sky down. And you mix Jupiter, Pluto in Capricorn, which means air travel is about business now. It's about destined reasons only, not just, flying wherever you wanted, like Jupiter, Pluto in 2007, right? At the end of Sagittarius, you lived the life where you could travel the most in the world. That was 2007 through 2020, that 13 years. So, I've said this for 5 years. And so, it's so funny. Some people have been like, well, I said this like 4 weeks ago. I was like, oh, that's nice. I said it 5 years ago. I told you every year in these exact reasons. And when we get to this point, it's not going to go away. But it's also going to be, here's a little caveat to that Pluto is asking for you to face your fear. It's going to get to where people are literally afraid to fly. It will get to that point. And that's where the people who are afraid to fly prior to all this, like me, I hate flying. We are going to be the ones that like it because there's danger. Okay. And then the ones that don't like danger will fly. And that's going to be a twist that's going to make people go, what? But with any Pluto thing, you can't be afraid. I was just saying on High Vibe the other night, I was telling people, like, I was terrified when I started this business, 16 years ago. Now, you could even go 17, but let's keep it at the true dates, 16 years ago. And the idea of building a company and then especially like I never even thought about making corporations. Of course, I had the dreams of making what it is. It has been for a long time now, but what it eventually became. But to even like have the fear to be and create the corporations, not be part of a corporation, but be the corporation, create the corpse, to be as official, to make enough money through doing readings 5 a day for that many years, to save the money to buy the cameras and to lease, buildings, create studios, make the deals at the beginning with an incubator that would help me create the first apps when no apps had ever been out for astrology, and the first video subscription apps next to Netflix. I mean, I'm telling you, that was Pluto Capricorn. Like, take it up to the top, like the fear, but in taking it. So with that Pluto and Aquarius, it's going to have to hit to a point of the fear in the skies. And so that's why you see the drone thing, that's the UAP, UFO, whatever you want to go into all that. That's where Pluto is going to play around. And that also means it's going to have us look deeper at how a lot of people don't realize that when Benjamin Franklin put a key on a kite, seems so innocent and basic, but where the Earth's atmosphere is and below, it's charged electromagnetically. Like, so it's not just lightning that hits it, but you can put things up into the air on your own and it can conduct electricity. Like, there's free electricity, it's in the skies, and you can have it on the ground and work, right? So like, we live in this electrically charged world around us. And it blows my mind that people don't realize that. So when you mix in the polar shifts that are happening with the North and South Pole, you mix in the solar flares. And this is stuff I've been talking about on my YouTube for over a decade now, right? Like the beginning of my YouTube channel is talking about all this stuff that was going to happen. It's not surprising. I sleep well at night because I told you guys a decade ago plus, and it's still happening, and it's going to continue to happen. And so there's nothing to be afraid of, but there's a big goodbye. So I want everybody on their sun sign horoscopes to remember that this is a big beginning, and also in the middle of the biggest goodbye you're ever saying to the world you thought you knew and who you used to be. You're already at the new port to the new entry of your life, but you're still caught in between saying goodbye to the old soul and what it was connected to in a world that's never coming back. So I guess that's my final thoughts. And I'm going to ask just kindly for people to not tag. We'll just miss the beginning of this and go to Aries or wherever you want to go. Because I feel like what I just said is what I really want to put out to the community. And I just am just kindly asking for you to let people listen to it. Or if you do post that, put, hey everyone, here's all of it, but the Leo King's like, yo, he has some really important spiritual, like, astrology to talk to y'all about before. And I'd appreciate that. So we're going to do it a little different now. I've come up with, I think, a better way to do this. So we'll start off here with Aries. We'll actually do it here. And the way that I'm doing it is I'm going to do it. Oh, yeah, here we go. There we go. So it's going to be Aries ascendant, and then I'll move it to Taurus ascendant, and yada, yada. So there is a way, though, I might be able to make this somewhat easier. I mean, I guess we could do that. All right, Aries. Well, we are in a lot of 12th house energy, all this Pisces, a new moon in Pisces by the end of this week. Of course, this is a big week. I know because Mars is going to station direct, and it's going to station direct on Sunday night. Coming up here on the 20, what's that date? Thursday the 27th, 4 days, the 23rd. And so you're ruled by Mars. But to me, that Mars is not the big one yet. And we'll get to that. It's this Pisces energy. You've got this new moon happening at 9 degrees, squaring Jupiter in your third house in Gemini. And Saturn's here. Mercury's here. And Mercury is ingressing right within the degree of where it's going to enter into its pre-shadow before the Mercury retrograde. It's also Neptune in the North Node. You've got so much here in Pisces. Venus stopped. Venus, of course, will retrograde when we get back to cover the sun sign horoscopes. And Venus is going to retrograde very quick on March 1st or March 2nd if you're on the other side of the world. And so you only will have one day after this. And so this is also all planets direct that's going to happen after Sunday. So Monday through March 1st is all planets direct, but it's going to turn back around really quick with that Venus getting ready to retrograde in your sign. The way that I would interpret this, with Mars coming direct in Cancer, that's been in your fourth house down here. And at least Mars has had this nice trine to Saturn and will continue to have that trine to Saturn. I mean, for Aries, you can feel that there's a new life, a new you. But it's so hard because it's the impatience that you deal with that's the hardest part about being an Aries, right? Like, you're impatient. And it's going to feel like the ultimate thing is starting to pop up. But I'm telling you to let it go. It's not what you think it is yet. The fact that Venus is going to be stopped in Aries, your sign, and getting ready for its retrograde. I mean, this brings us back to 2017, right? Of course, it was at 13 degrees back in 2017, 8 years ago. But this is, with Chiron in Aries. That was not Chiron in Aries. That was Chiron in Pisces. So at least, that's what's weird, is it almost kind of felt like things kind of went backwards. This is going to feel more like, it's not going the way that I really want it to go, but you might not even see that yet. You might be blinded by the light that's not as bright as you think. So whether it's an attachment to something that you emotionally have become attached to with this Mars stationing direct in Cancer on Sunday, the 23rd, whether that's a relationship, a project, especially it can be a person here with Venus. This is going to be something that looks too good to be true. Or even, there's those Aries out there that just, this 12th house has just like cleared you out and you're like, there's nothing left. And for those ones, I'm here to say, no, there is something. It's just hard to see it. And for those that are so hyped, remember, all that glitters is not gold. Because by surrendering and just being like, okay, if it happens, it happens, and letting it go, you can do this deeper inner work now in yourself. You can actually start to realize that, yeah, there's a whole new you coming. And there is a new world. But you want to make sure that you're as open to everything as you can. If you're so sure on something and so defined on something, Venus is like Play-Doh. It hardens, when it's not in its retrograde moments, right? So yeah, we see, Venus every 19 months to 18 months come around to do its retrograde. And so it spends, usually about that year and a half hardened. But then it softens like Play-Doh when it changes around. It's changing in your sign. And it's got Chiron there. So it's almost kind of like this Venus already in detriment. And it's got this really wannabe sextile. It came close to sextiling Jupiter, but it's not. So it's almost like everything's going to change. Yes, that's true. But the way that you believe, the way that you think it will be, you know, this new moon square Jupiter, it's really asking you to drop whatever your belief is on how it's going to be, so you can actually go through this and enjoy and see what's actually going to be moldable and what's going to reform. And a lot of this is about, until you can go get whatever is that thing, but we got to take whatever that thing is, the career, the job, the person, the relationship, the situation that you're so powerfully, like almost near like thinking it's a savior in your life. There's no way for you to actually really get to that right now until you go through all this Pisces. We have to remember that Venus is going to retrograde back into Pisces. Mercury is well going to retrograde back into Pisces. Saturn's here. We still haven't even seen the Sun and Saturn meet in Pisces yet. But so much coming back into Pisces. The North Node's here. We're coming into the eclipse season. That'll be in 2 weeks after this horoscope. You have to let go of so many things in your life now in order to move to where you need to go. So it's better to actually start clearing house. It's like, it's okay to see the thing that is inspiring you or the light that's on the other side. And you already know, because you're feeling Saturn, you're feeling Neptune starting to come closer, and knowing that next year they meet in Aries, and knowing they come into Aries both together this year, that you can feel that it's all this new table setting that's never been possible before. It's almost like the greatest thing that it looks like will ever be. And I'm here to tell you that is true. It's just not yet. And it might not be that thing or person or situation exactly the way you see it. That in order for you to get to there, it's about closing down. So it's almost like traditional astrology mixed with like traditional spirituality here, of like, things have to close in order for new doors to open. So it also reminds me of like clearing out, because the 12th house rules, like, you know, what's behind the curtain, to closets, to hidden caves, to the mountains, to like, you have to go back to the cave and clear it out. You have to go back into that dirty closet and clear all the things out to let those new things in. It's ironic because, you know, you're very connected to the spring. Well, we're getting to a place to where it's like, you got to do your spring cleaning, and it's going to be long. It's going to be months. And there's going to be a lot of positives too, but it's those positive things that you're starting to see that should be inspiring you to go, okay, it's time for me to close things down. And know that also, when I come back to this in the months ahead, it might not look the way that I think it does, but it will be exactly what it's meant to be. So I think that having a much more better, flexible understanding of things right now in your life is going to be much better. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of new, but that's just here to inspire you to come back and clear things up. And especially, where are the waters too muddied in your own life, right? So this could be, whether that's like, there's contracts, spiritual contracts you got to close down. You know, it's all the stuff that you haven't dealt with. It's all the stuff that, you know, you've put on the back burner, all the stuff that you would hope go away that has not gone away, that kind of eats away at you once in a while, and then you kind of, I don't want to deal with that right now. That's the stuff that, whatever I feel is kind of pulling you into this light, you have to say, all right, I see that the light's there. I don't know what's on the other side of that, but I have a good gist of it, instead of this is for sure what it is, because there's no way to know if that person or that job or that situation or that project or that new life that's getting ready to start revving up is going to even be that, or if the reliability of the other side is going to come the same way that you see it. Because perspective is everything for you right now. There's this huge fog. This is this new moon that's coming to square Jupiter. Mars finally stationed direct in your 4th house. And it almost kind of feels like, you know, Mars, whenever it's in the 4th house, it feels like you're in a trench. And so just to have something to go after, you're just like, oh, this is great. But you don't, you know, when you're in that place, it's like, this is for you maintaining that you just can't jump into anything emotionally really quick. It's good for you to have a better foundation in your life now. And in order for you to do that, you got to clear up all the old ties in all the old parts of your life. You know, it's a great time to clear the decks, clear the garage out, throw away trash. And I might even be speaking literally. But also it's about getting back to your soul and letting go of the attachment it has to all these ideas of what the dream's supposed to be. And just asking yourself, is this a dream that I conjured up, or is this a dream that I saw because somebody else did it this way? And that's where that Pluto and Aquarius comes in. Are you just a follower of other people's dreams and trying to mimic them? You like your uniqueness and independence, and I think that you have to come back to the drawing board, but it's a diluted moment where you're like, the universe started to draw the picture I wanted. Okay, that's nice. Use that as whatever that picture is going to be will be badass. But until you go back, clear the old pictures and make sure that it's not convoluted and creating kind of like a extreme illusion of what you think is, and the responsibility of you cutting, you know, a lot of karmic contracts and old vibes, and also the things that you haven't dealt with, or the things that are in secret, whether it's an addiction, whether it's a life, part of your life you have to hide. You know, this is the house of secrets. So this could also be some big secret you've held. And, you know, this is the time to really, you know, have your big one-on-one with God and be honest with God here. If you're too afraid to maybe talk to people about the secret of your life or the weird things that you've done, this is where at least you can throw away the things that were that and be a changed person. You know, but I can't guarantee you that it will fully go away, but I can at least let you know that it's the best step in the right direction, at least. But the best step is really having nothing that feels so muddying in the water that can be breadcrumbs back to it in your life. And there's always breadcrumbs because the universe is always paying attention to those breadcrumbs. And so for you, I think it might not be felt till we come back to the first week of March because Venus won't retrograde yet, but that Mars coming direct almost gives you the really big high. But I'd be concerned with this new moon energy starting to square Jupiter. It's almost kind of like, you know, it's very bipolar. So it becomes very manic for you this week, and then something starts to creep in by the end of this as Venus is about to station retrograde and Mercury come into its pre-shadow, and as it's starting to be with Saturn right before that, like something's taking this roller coaster not down the way I want to, but clicking back and not going to go down the way you thought. And so, you know, being humble right now is your number one thing. Remembering that, and I hate to say this, the universe is asking for Aries to really take a step back when it feels like you need to take not just a step forward, but that extra step forward. You know, more will come to you by surrendering than going after. And it's a big question about how well you're taking care of yourself. And I'm not talking about whether you brush your teeth or not, or whether you wash your sheets, which I hope you do. It's more about, are you taking care of yourself spiritually? And this is about the responsibility of that self-care within yourself. So it's nice because, oh, you have a teacher, or it's nice because you have a gym coach, or it's nice because you have all these other things, or you have a mentor, whatever. It isn't about the work you do with them. It's about the work you do on your own. There's a huge difference, right? So like, this is where it's like, what happens if the universe cut off the ties to all those energies you always have to do things with, right? To say like, no, I'm doing all the spiritual work. I got a great mentor and I got this and I got this going. No. I'm talking about like, Where's it with you alone in that space? And relationships come up. I mean, I would honestly say that, there's a lot of messy situations in relationships with you, with all these planets in Pisces, with Venus about to retrograde in your sign with Chiron here. Even when the Venus star point comes and the Cazimi, it's happening at the end of Pisces. I mean, your relationship life definitely has some messy situations. So are you, one, getting into a relationship right now that's the most messiest and most past life karmic shit you've ever been? Two, are you in a relationship where things from the past you thought were done, or things you thought you didn't have to bring up again, are actually coming back up and popping up on their own, and no, you got to rehash all those things, and there's no way to escape it, because there is no escape. That's the other thing. It's about moving through these things. And so for you, you're not one to move through it. You like to charge and get in front of it. And it's going to do the opposite. And so whatever, you're doing, whatever the reason is you're trying to go for the things you're going for, because, whether it's, well, this is better, or I'm not making money, or I'm not happy, or whatever it might be, you have to actually go back to that thing and face it. So, the thing that's shiny, the object that you want is really actually a teacher to reflect back at, well, that's because your business sucks now. If it's a new business, let's say, or if it's a new job or something, and you haven't fully owned that yet. You haven't fully looked at that yet. You haven't fully accepted that yet. Right? If it's a relationship and you're single, it's like, well, have you looked back at all of your relationship issues yet? If you're in a relationship and you think, oh, it's not going well. Have you looked at the stuff that it is well? This is like really having to look at these are huge. The biggest spiritual lessons I've ever seen in an astrology chart is to Aries. And unfortunately, and then there's a fortunate part too, but the 12th house, and this loaded with the ruler, a new moon, Mercury that's about to go shadow, right? Neptune, the ruler, Mercury, Saturn, Venus about to retrograde in your sign with Chiron, with eclipses that are coming, that are literally the last solar eclipse in your sign for, coming up almost a decade. You're going to have to eat your humble pie at this moment and drop all expectations. More will happen from the less you charge towards it. That person you think so special, they're not. That thing you think will save you won't. So, and that goes for, Aries ascendants as well. I mean, this South Node in Virgo, with Pluto and Aquarius in the 11th, it's like you're trying to literally find the formula that you think you figured out that will fix everything. And that channels through job, it channels through relationship, it travels through this idea that like one pill will fix your whole body. It's the same idea. This one thing, this person, this situation, it'll fix everything. No, it won't. If anything, all the baggage that you're going to try to bring in to fix, it'll make it worse. It's going to follow you. So this is about making sure that your karmic past, just take the Saturn cycle, for example. This is 29 years of, shit. This goes back to 94, 95, and to 96. And since then, all of the baggage, all of the weird shit, all of the subconscious stuff, all of the persona, all of the way that you lived your life, all of the relationships, all the jobs, all the things, all the subconscious things that have happened in your life are all going to either come with you and create way too much baggage in Saturn, Neptune, are going to try to lift it when they come into Aries in the months ahead together and not be able to, and you'll feel like crushed more than you ever. Instead of dealing with the crushing blow of, I have to do the work I don't want to do right now, and not have to deal with that big blow when the actual door opens. The door is not open right now. If anything, you're staring at the opposite. You're staring at the exit, and you can't just escape. You've got to clear out things. It's like a move spiritually. It's like your soul's moving into a whole nother timeline, but you got to clear up all of the mess of the move, the empty boxes. You got to vacuum the house. You got to clear out your energy. You got to sage the rooms and give it its grace and thank you for it. And so this is like about your deep appreciation, and also not trying to run towards it. I'm not trying to run towards anything right now, because the more you run, the more you're running away. The more you're getting into, the more you're running away from the problem that you don't want to deal with. And you think finding the thing that is so shiny will fix it is going to be really difficult, because then you're going to have to, you could have been spending all the time just surrendered and like letting it grow naturally on its own. You're trying to force a little seed to sprout and become a tree right now. And, you know, if you're a very spiritual Aries and you understand this and you have no expectations and you're not focused on something to save your life, or especially this could be money and these ideas and people, it's very career, money, people, relationships, almost as caretakers. And you don't want to spiritually put that on another person. Because like you don't ever want to feel that. You don't like to feel that, but you don't realize that you're almost willing to accept that right now. Let's see what you got card-wise. I know that's a lot, but it's a lot happening in Pisces. It's no joke. And it's a lot happening with Venus stationing and Mars stationing direct and all the planets direct for just this like 4.5 days while Venus is stopped. And then, you know, by April 12th, we get, 20 days of all planets direct. And sorry to say, but that's with Venus and Saturn and Mercury all conjunct Venus retrograde and stuff like that. So it's not going to be a year where there's a lot of forward movement. It's more of us feeling we've arrived to a new place, but not moving into the great new, field yet. Don't forget about that. You did get the 9 of Cups reversed. So, yeah, I got a feeling that you're almost trying to fulfill yourself with something that you actually really don't need. It's not going to save the day. It's the stuff that you do right now in your life, and you start doing that spiritual work and actually fixing the things that are in your life that you think are broke that ain't broke, or the things that need to be closed down that need to be closed down, and the things that are hard to deal with that are really dissolving in your life, allowing them to just naturally dissolve and be present for them instead of running towards the thing to escape the whole thing from, This is the card of unfulfillment. It's the card of wishes that you are almost desperate for, that you think will save everything, but they're not. And it's because, you have to enjoy all the things that are happening, even the things that you don't want to have to deal with. And so, interesting. All right, let's move on to Taurus now. I am able to do it this with a little thing up here. Oh, but let's do this first. I have to change the chart. Good thing Astrology. They've been paying attention. There we go, Taurus. There we go. Well, I've been trying to find a way to make until AI is able to run that whole thing for me, or I find somebody who's tech savvy enough to be here, and also anyway, Taurus ascendant. this new moon, oh, that's text again. Let me want this. Thank you. All right. This new moon, Saturn, Mercury, Neptune in Pisces, this 11th house transit, while Venus in your 12th house about to retrograde. Well, here's the square from this new moon to Jupiter in your second house in Gemini. And then, of course, we've got Mars that's stationing direct on the 23rd into 24th on Sunday. And it's happening in Cancer in your third house. I actually like this transit for you. I feel that this is realizing it's very opposite than what Aries is going through. It's much more like all of the things that your values have seen as sour grapes in your life. Relationships, people, projects, your own self. Because I'm going to get really deep here with you, Taurus ascendant. When you look in the mirror right now with this Venus Chiron, you see an ugly duckling, okay? And you blame that on the way you're treated by people, because this has been the problem since 2011 into 2012 with Neptune and Pisces. Other people are the cause to your problems. And the stress has worn you down. And so you have to realize, like, this isn't about other people. And your look and what you're unhappy with in yourself is that you're not valuing yourself on its own. You're always comparing it to, like, well, why did this person do this? Or how does that person see me? Or what? This is about extremely new ideas that need to be about much more caretaking thoughts and self-care thoughts, without it also being like, I'm taking care of myself because the people out there, so whatever. That's not it. That's your problem. So this is where that Jupiter that's going to have this big square in the new moon energy is in your second house. It's like you have to have positive thoughts in order for you to manifest the beauty, the life, and the communication is huge with Mars here in Cancer. Yes, communicate from your emotions, but where's your caretaking emotions? And then I know you go, well, I've taken care of people and then they don't fucking take care of me back. It's like, that's bullshit. You don't show up. You know, that's the funny thing about being a Taurus, right? It's like, you are because we're so deep in Pisces now, and the most Pisces ever, because even though it might not be the most planets like 2013, you know, this is Neptune at the last degrees of Pisces with the North Node, and Saturn with a new moon, while Venus is about to station retrograde in Aries and come back into Pisces. But to me, it's like you're so deep into where are you? You know, like it's like that 11th house, like Pisces. It's like you're on like this, like other people like don't really know where you are. All your friends are probably like, what happened to you? You know, so this is like, how do you come back out vulnerable and realize you have everybody in the world that loves you and cheers you on, but you are becoming the evil queen in Snow White. Who's the fairest of them all? And almost turning every person into Snow White. Like, fuck that bitch. Where's my gardener? Oh, you're not a gardener? Fucking, where's your knife? Bring her heart back over to me. Like, that's the danger that you're in. Is that either you're trying to prove it through beauty, or you're trying to prove your value, or trying to prove your worth, and you cannot prove it to people. You have to just be it. You can't take it away from other people either by cutting people down, right? Or forgetting about them, or playing distant. That Pluto in Aquarius in the 10th house now, I mean, like, you know, this is like where you can't be afraid to fully go into connecting with people and fully connecting and staying connected, because you've become the like one of the biggest socialites of all time with the Jupiter Saturn of 2000 that was in Taurus. And then Uranus came in, and then it was all while we had, Uranus and Aries prior to that. Like, you've gone through this like reckoning of like being super high in the social totem pole to like you yourself bringing you down to the lowest social position. And it's not because of what people have done or anything. It's because you've allowed yourself to get this place. And you've now become to where you can't put blame on people anymore. You have to let go. You have to let go of the crazy kind of like, you think you've got it all figured out about what everybody does, or everybody's against you. Because that Uranus there in Taurus, right, is trying to kind of be this rebel that's almost like rebelling with the semi-square to Neptune exact, right? Like, you're rebelling against the people that actually you shouldn't rebel against. And the worst is that you're going after people that don't want you. Right? So you're trying to go after the relationship that you'll never get. And you can't be upset about that. You can't be all like, oh my God. It's because rejection is the greatest protection ever. So stop treading on, why does this person not want to be with me that never has shown that they ever will? Right? Stop filling in so that's what's weird about people, is like the people who don't want to be with you, you give all your attention to, and the people that you do, you don't give any to. And I know you think that you know what's right now, but you don't, because it's coming from that place of trying to soak up some sort of victim mentality of your self-worth, your value systems. That's this spiritual plague that's overtaking your ego. That, these people did this, but almost if you get these people, or if you get this person, or you get this energy, that they'll be able to unlock something that makes you prove to yourself how valuable you are. You have to look really deep at that now. So you become into the most messiest space about society and what we call friendship groups, how you deal with also just social. And I'd call it beyond social anxiety. I'd call it social isolation. And only being around people that, fall toe in line with the way that you want them to be. And that's not social. That's let's just be nice and call it that's just you playing it safe. And for you, I think, this understanding of how you communicate emotionally has been a big factor with this Mars retrograde and Cancer friendly stationing direct. And the fact that we've seen it in opposition to Pluto, which was in Capricorn, which was your 9th house, this you know it all, and you only speak from that place of knowing it all has ended. And now it's like you don't know it all. You have to actually connect with others in order to get to other layers. So if you're going to be the know-it-all on everything, guess what? You're going to reach people who actually do know something, and they're going to test you, and then they're going to be like, this person's just bullshitting me, and you hate bullshit. And so you're being called out on your own bullshit, right, for that stuff. But at the same token, like, you have a whole world that's just like the most beautiful, soft, great, amazing people that just are sitting around going, I guess they'll be back, maybe not, I don't know. So that's what's weird is where are all the people, and it's only about people that you really want that don't want you back. All these other people feel the same way about you, like, well, yeah, it'd be nice if they were around, but they're also so surrendered to it because they've all given up. So all the people that care about you have given up. Because, like, what's the point in continuing to try with somebody who's so focused on the vanity of trying to prove something to yourself, like through the lens of attainment, through something you're identifying in some sort of really twisted spiritual egoic vision of attaining something that, because I think you like the tenacity about trying to get something you can't get, the person you can't get, the visual of your own life and how it should look, even just like the look. Like I would recommend any Taurus or Taurus ascendant right now to not play around with plastic surgery or any kind of cosmetic shifts in your life, because you'll end up like The Substance, that movie. You have a lot of people who care about you. It's hard with the North Node in the 11th, though. It always feels like you're down to nobody. And the South Node in Virgo, oh boy, do you just wish for the greatest love story to come in and fix the little things. And it's the little things that you're focused on right now. So I don't think that you're lost in your ego, but there's that subconscious ego that's running harder than you think. That's hard to see. And it's running the show. And I think that for you, it's about realizing the hard work for you is to go back and go, what are the people that actually are great in my life? What are the people that I have left? Where are the people that I haven't, seen the full spiritual potential fully yet? Because I guarantee you, if you look back, there's people where there's so many dreams and there's so many things that were possible and can be possible or can come together. But what happened? Whatever the situation is, it's probably, if you look at it in hindsight, not that big a deal. Like for you, it's a big deal because in the moments of what you've been through, it felt like the world ripped everything away from you over the last decade. But the truth is that you'd be better off without that life that it pulled away. And so you have to look at it at a completely different lens. And you have to not be afraid to actually, this is like reconciliation in a way that's not based upon gain for your own emptiness. It's about, because you want to not prove, but you want to connect. You want to build. You want to grow things. And you don't have an expectation to it. So I think you have a lot of energy that's going to, we'll see. I mean, you are in the house of gains. I think it's the house that is about people, though, for you, and it's your spiritual tribe. I think you kind of maybe morph people that remind you of people, even. That's very Pisces 11th house. Like, it's kind of like a chessboard, like, you turn the knight into this other version of a knight, but it's not the same. You turn the queen into this other kind of queen. You turn this king into another kind of king, and you're trying to replace people with people, and it's not working. So I think that Taurus and Taurus ascendant's probably the only sign that can go back, if it is love-wise, and have some reconciliation, but it would take months, and making sure you're not just jumping in and not having an expectation. And it's going to be messy anyway. There's going to be a lot of other people involved or whatever. So I wouldn't really recommend it, but at least clearing the air. So there's a lot of clearing the air and not doing it from that kind of mountain that you've kind of been stuck on, looking at the mirror and continually not being happy with what you see. And I feel for you, and I have a lot of compassion for you, because I know you have your moments where you break out of that. Uranus helps you, and Taurus doing that right now, and even that Mars in the third house. I think you're able to better catch your emotions and see that it's the mind triggering them and acting upon them, opposed to your actual real feelings. But this is where the test really does start to come in. It's not something that's just gonna, you can just keep pushing forward into more. What I really feel is sorrow, and I say this with love. Like, you don't need to keep going through this independent sorrow pain. That really, it's your choice to go through that and to continuing to do that. And I know when I see this chart, and I know deep as an astrologer that it's this part of you that doesn't think you look good enough, doesn't like what you see. And there's a bitterness, there's a chip on the shoulder. You have to let it go. And you don't have to have the greatest ideas for people to like you, because they come at random moments. You don't have to set up the connection to somebody based off the next new big plan with Pluto and Aquarius. Like, it's more like, let's watch how, it's kind of like build it and they'll come, or how people will just randomly show up, and you have to be involved. So this horoscope is saying, before this Venus retrograde, whether it's financial, because this is going to be a Venus, retrograde in the 12th, but it's really clearing out a lot of the weird situations in relationships for you, and then in friendships and in people and in all groups, and a lot of your own value systems that, it's time for you to actually get back to the facts instead of the story that you've been carrying, which I think that the problem's been the story. We did get a 9 of Pentacles here. Definitely very Taurus for this moment. This is all about remembering how amazing you are and remembering that things will naturally come to you. You can't just be afraid that, oh gosh, nothing will ever come to me. No, you have to be in this energy of loving who you are. And then, the birds come, but then nobody talks about what does she do after that. She probably just had run away and then finally regained her value again. And I'm sorry. And hey, we're cool. Because what follows after this card, right? Whenever you see this, the 9 of Pentacles, it's 10 of Pentacles, and she comes back to a house full of a family and with people and all friends and all these things and a dog and all that shit. That's your issue, is you want that 10 of Pentacles. You're at the 9 though, and the problem is right now you're like this. You don't think you're beautiful. You don't think you're great. You're thinking everybody sucks. And then the one person or 2 people or you want, or even the 10 people you have now, you've tried to convert them into people that you actually have great energy with because you're pissed and you can't, it's not working. And then you're going after somebody who doesn't want you. So I hope that helps. All right. Gemini's now. Let's move the chart here. 1 hour, 2 hours. There we go. Gemini rising. All right. I wanted to do these faster, but there's just no way. And it's why I have to find a better way to do these. And I just, it's been a great run. But at this point, there should be other people that know how to do this. And I'm sure there are. I don't know why people would be so unhappy if I were to. Because, they're free. Gemini. You have, I think, I think you're going to enjoy a lot of what's happening in your life. But it's about what's the purpose of everything. So it's like, there's so much happening in Pisces in your 10th house, this new moon, the Saturn in the 10th, Mercury that's about to go shadow, North Node, Neptune, right? And Neptune rules your 10th house. I love that 10th house transits. I mean, we all kind of look forward to them, but they with Saturn, they come with it's hard work. It's reaching a point, and then we reach it, we get to the goal we want, and then it's like, where's the bottom? And I think that's the problem with the South Node. And I think you have to focus though on the top, but your personal life. I feel like that's really where this is really going into. It's like, is everything you're doing truly making you personally happy? Is what you're reaching for actually rocking your socks the way you thought? Because that Venus that's going to retrograde right after this Mars station's direct, and when we come back to the next time, you hear this by March 1st, that Venus retrogrades in your 11th house. Now, the North Node was there, 18 months prior to January for a year and a half, and, Chiron's here. And so for you, I feel like, again, it's been these weird people that have kind of surrounded you, that have come into your space. How do you deal with these people now? Because it's like you got to the goal. It almost kind of feels like squatters. Like people are kind of squatting in your vibe now. And it's like, well, what do I say? What do I do? Well, that's where that Mars comes in, coming direct this week in Cancer. Is, believe it or not, I know Geminis get the rap for saying the shit that sometimes people don't want to hear and yada, yada. But the truth is that no, Cancers are shy when it comes to dropping their values down. Because it requires emotion. And so in your mind, what you want and the way that you see it with that Jupiter and Gemini, I mean, it's easy for you to, kind of communicate, hey, I see it this way and da, da, da. But this new moon is in the 10th and it is squaring the 1st. And these are dealing with these cardinal points. So, especially that the nodes are in your 10th and 4th. I mean, you're in a massive life shift right now, just like Aries, right? So, or actually Aries into Pisces. No, it's Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, and Sag are in the biggest life changes because the nodes are here. Whenever you see it in 1st, 7th, or you ever see the nodes in 4th, 10th, or flipped, your life's going through the massive shift. So this is major shift moment in your life. And I think the big question is going to be like, are you actually finding fulfillment in what you've attained, especially in your career and then in your goals? Let's say you wanted to be in a family. Okay, you got it. Is it the family you wanted? You got the job you want. Okay, how does it feel now? When it comes to the people you relate with, that's where I think it's funky, because it's almost kind of like the realization that maybe the meanings the purpose is different. So the value systems that go with the values that you have with another person are not meeting up. So it's almost like there is something where the way you see it and somebody else sees it, you thought you guys were on the same page, but there's a lot of realizations that are going to start coming up now. It's like, wait, we're both not on the same page. And that is also going to be about how you see each other emotionally. Like, wait, your emotions and my emotions are different. Now it's about learning how to either live with those adjustments or not. That Pluto in the 9th house, of course, in Aquarius, we'll see that Venus retrograde, of course, over these months, make sextiles to that Pluto, which I think that's the best part of the Venus retrograde. And for you, it's in the 9th house. So it's like, you've got to take this bigger picture and see, okay, it's good for you to keep being more open. But where's the boundary where it's become too much or too far out or too weird, and especially with people? Right? Because Gemini overloaded with too much and too many things and too many doors open and too many, you're not even enjoying it anymore. It has to be at least enough to where it's stimulating. So it's almost like that stimulation for you is only when it actually is true, right? Because truth is your middle name, right? That's your life. It's truth. And it's fact, and it actually is true stimulation. And I think it's hard right now because it's like you feel it's true, but there's something behind that's not feeling fully true. And so it's almost kind of like, is this that I'm going to put all my energy into for the rest of my life and the direction I'm picking really going to satisfy my bigger visions? And because that Pluto in the 9th has definitely got some adventures planned that are unpredictable, but that turn of events kind of energy with the nodes being here and this new moon is really asking yourself, is all of this work worth it? Now, it's also Jupiter in your sign, and this new moon squaring that Jupiter is asking, especially since Jupiter does disposit Pisces as well, and Jupiter, of course, being in detriment in your sign, and you're not going to get the Sun and Jupiter conjunct in your sign. It didn't happen last year. It won't happen this year. So the big question rings like, this is your time to actually expand into who you are. But right now you're looking at it and not really knowing truly if it's true or not. And it's okay to not know. It's okay to question. And I think the best way to get to the beginnings of answers is this truly meaningful? Does this actually fit my needs from a purpose place? Do I actually feel like this is really the best way to go about it? Because it's a big responsibility on your plate now, the biggest you've ever had. Feels like you can actually get to places and do the biggest things you've ever wanted to in your life. But you know, the big question with Jupiter, of course, in the first house is it looks at the fourth house, it looks at the seventh house, and it looks at the 10th house. And okay, we got the 10th house down. There's a shit ton of fucking Pisces there. So that you have to set the bar now of like, what is the meaning of all this in my life? And what is the purpose for my life? And now that Venus, that's going to stop. And with Mars now direct in your second house is like, your value system has to emotionally be wired now to actually run into a place where it feels like, yes, the value's there, the appreciation's there, and I'm feeling that back, and I feel I'm taking care of myself because I feel like I'm valued. Because it's almost like, are people using you? This Venus about to retrograde? Are you being used? Or, and I will say it, or are you using other people and you don't feel too good about it, and because you're not reaching up to a higher bar that you can? So there's going to be that interesting dilemma. And of course, relationships come up because Jupiter's in opposition to the 7th, the south node's in the 4th, squaring the 7th, and the north node's in the 10th, and with all the planets in Pisces, squaring the 7th. And that's the 1 point, Sag, where Juno just came into as well, where I think that's the big question. The relationships that you choose, especially that Venus is stopping in your 11th, are the stamp of what will be your life. And I think it's going to be important for you to kind of, like, we all have to take a step back with Pluto and Aquarius and with all this Pisces. And for you, it's taking a step back and going, is the meaning, is it going to reach the higher purpose? Do we actually have the same purpose? Do we actually want to be around the same kind of people? Because it's also questioning like what your social life's going to look like now. There's probably developments that have happened in your life that have put more responsibility on you. And so it's like, are you dealing with the person who still likes to party? Are they good for you in your life? Are you dealing with a relationship that's still on that level and doesn't want to do that extra to go on your level, but they're really nice and supportive? So it's like, well, that's where you're learning how to go, okay, this is like a cool cheerleader friend, but not my best friend. Or this is a partnership that feels more like maybe a co-parenting situation or a friend situation, not a lover, right? Like you're at that defining moment where you will never in your life get this big of a defining moment. Especially, let's not forget, with Uranus being in your 12th. Now, that's not bad right now, but it is in semi-square to Neptune in your 10th. And I do feel like this is like, you don't need to go through with the responsibilities of situations that feel spiritually not connected. And the other part of this is that Uranus, since it went direct at the end of January, so it's only been this like first, 20 days, and we're finally seeing it move a little. But over the last 3 weeks, it's been, oh shit, Uranus is going, I'm about to go into Gemini in July on the 7th. Well, guess what? Not only is Jupiter in your sign now, but Uranus is coming into your sign in July. And the last time that happened was 1940 to 41. So it's been a long fucking time. So are you sure you're setting everything up and connecting with all the right peeps and have the right relationships and have the right values and understand where people are and setting the right boundaries and knowing where has it gone too far and knowing your values and knowing how to communicate emotionally? And it might be difficult because that's the one thing is Gemini is like a good argument where they can debate and talk about it, but to actually communicate their real feelings, that's the hard part. Because if it's not through a fight or it's not through a good stimulant kind of, invigorating conversation, it's hard because you to speak from your emotional space, it's not a mental thing, and you're not going to be sharp as a tack. You're going to be emotionally, putting out what your values really are, and that might be scary, but that's where the courage has to be found now. So I feel that Geminis are in a great space, yet not, in the sense of the characters involved, the value systems that have to be looked at about the future, and the meaning and the purpose is the real meaning matching where you're at with your values. Are you trying to do something spiritually from a responsibility way that really doesn't feel connected? Because that's not in alignment, is the other question too. And of course, these big T-square energies that are happening with the nodes, and of course everything, this heavy dose of Pisces and this heavy square to Jupiter in Gemini, it's all looking at that 7th house. And it's like, that's the interesting part from this perspective, is the ruler of Pisces from Neptune's angle in the 10th to Jupiter, the other co-ruler of Pisces, being in your first, are both looking at that 7th and 4th house. And so it's more about, are you personally satisfied? And I think for you, it's that South Node is about clearing out the things that bug you. So it's like you have the ick and you have to listen to it. And I'm a guy who thinks the ick is the worst thing that ever happened to the feminine fucking race. Okay. All right. Like the ick is something, as a guy, we all are like, why do girls get the ick? Like guys, like we don't get the ick. It's more just kind of like, we don't even say anything. We just don't, we give as many hall passes as possible and try to get over it. But if we don't, then we just go, okay, yeah, it's not going to work, right? But we don't pronounce it in such a fucking harsh way. So I think for you, it's like, maybe I'm getting this because it's Venus in Aries, the bet's in a station. You do have a person in your life that's a good satellite for you. Doesn't matter where you have them right now set up in your system of people. But you need to be honest with them and be like, satellite my life for me and tell me, do I have the ick for real? And let me know where you see the icks and what you really feel. Because I feel like there is somebody that this week, and I think they've had little, I'm getting this too, that they've had little pokes, like trying to have you see that they don't feel the same. They're your cheerleader, but they're not your cheerleader in these big moves that you're making in your life. And especially since we're dealing with this 10th house and 4th house with the nodes and all these planets in the 10th, it's like, it reminds me of being on Jenga, and you've created this huge Jenga and just, you're too afraid if you move, that if it all falls. And you have to remember that if it's so sturdy, the things you're building, if you pull the Jenga thing out or a relationship doesn't work or whatever, then you should be already fine. Because if you're connecting it to relationships, that's going to be the worst thing, because then you're reliant upon those things, right? So, and you probably pick somebody who, if you were smart, would be able to still figure things out with you and make it not that hard. So I think it's more like the Jenga is not going to fall. You need to be more open to like, this is your only moment of your life that will be what literally catapults you for the rest of your life. Like what you determine over this next 4 months. And this is the week that begins it. So it's like, are you gonna do that? Like, and you're gonna have somebody who's a good, honest, person with you, who loves you for who you are and isn't afraid to tell you whatever the fuck they see. And you have the ick about a lot of things that you've suppressed. And also, I'm just going to say this because this is the weird part for Geminis and Gemini ascendants is this Pluto. Your beliefs and the religions you're creating in yourself about things, that's where you have to know where the boundary is. You're a Gemini. You have to get back to a fact-checked point. You can't lose yourself and, oh, wait, you know what? And especially if you've changed religions lately or something like that over the last couple of years, like, you know, it's kind of like, make sure you really know what it's doing. And are you sure it's not somebody else who's kind of persuading you, or you're doing it to try and attract somebody else or attract a certain kind of person? Because believe it or not, you know, people go into different religions or beliefs, or, you know, I've seen it in the spiritual community, right? Somebody will say, oh yeah, I'm spiritual, just because they want to get some. And they think people will like them better because they're spiritual. The same thing goes for you, but I don't think you're aware, it's more a repressed aspect that, are you just acting like you're part of the club or the ideology or the cool thing? And everybody thinks that, but really you're not that way, and you're kind of like, what the fuck? I think that's going to be a good sign of where things are. And I think you're going to have to come into this place where, yeah, you don't agree with everything with everybody in life, but it's kind of like your core principles and your core integrity is at risk of taking on this very intense decision and trajectory in your life that really has not any similarity of values and similar ideologies and even spiritual ones too. And to really question in yourself if that's the path you want to go, if that's really what you want to have on your tombstone with you in your life and those people around you and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's not bad. I just think it's a little difficult because I think it looked like you built something really great, but it kind of is like, oh, not again. And it could be this 8 years ago, you felt like you figured out how, you know, life's going to work, and it's all turning around the other way. And it's like, let it be, and don't try to fight it. And let's bring back that stimulant part of you that's not afraid to go through change and to actually be honest with yourself and honest to others. Jenga, fucking, you pulled the Tower card. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world, because actually the Tower card's a great card. I mean, finally, it's the storm that's been waiting to finally hit, that you've been seeing coming, to finally end what you've wanted to end. The ick tower is falling down, but pull one more card for you. You got a tower. You get that with a Six of Swords reverse. So yeah, you're too terrified to go to the better space. And it feels like, you know, oh, I'm going to have to like leave, and I'm going to have to like hold my head in the sand and not be seen. No. But the problem is that you're waiting for the worst moment to then like be kind of like, fuck, I want to get out of town while nobody's seeing. It's not going to happen that way. It's respectful, and you have to have responsibility to get out of Dodge by saying your goodbyes and saying your piece. You just can't escape that shit. All right. Let's move it now to Cancer. Cancer ascendant. All right. Cancer ascendant. Well, we're going to look forward on this one for you, Cancer, here. I could even kind of go to the side here. Well, not so bad. I know it was very difficult for the last years. So if you really think about it, probably the last 36 months, I gave you some pretty hard truths. Now, we're going to go back to the old Disneyland story. Because if you think about this new moon at Pisces, this Saturn, Mercury, North Node, Neptune, all here in the ninth house. I mean, I think you've accepted the fact that your Disneyland idea of your life did not happen exactly to plan. Just like in every Disney movie, by the way, whether all the characters, the main characters, it doesn't go the way they want to, right? But it turns out good in the end. And I think that's the story for you, especially as we're going to get ready over these months to come into Saturn and Neptune Aries and the beginnings of that. And it's a big deal that Mars is finally coming direct in your sign. You know, it's been decades since we've seen Mars retrograde for you. And I think that for you, this one, because it was in Leo and came back, it was like, you know how much more worth it you are in life and what you could be doing. And so I feel like it's almost like you're feeling like you're behind when it's like, no, you're not. This is finally now the moment where you can start to implement what you've been reflecting on. Whenever Mars retrogrades in the sign that you happen to be under, well, guess what? I mean, it's definitely kind of like, yeah, you are kind of stopped and you're in a much more reflective state finally and really forced to identify the situations. And I think for you, it's been, what story is there for you? What's the story look like now? So it's about letting go of the Disneyland dream that you always had. Because number one, it's not going to get there. It's not about pushing harder and then it'll finally turn into it. It's about letting it go. So when it comes to your belief systems, your visions, and even just like this huge, massive learning lesson and appreciating it instead of looking at it as a bad thing. Like, I think that's the hard part. I was looking at the other camera. How funny is that? Hello. But that Venus is going to retrograde right after this week. So it stopped, right? So Mars at least comes direct here on Sunday. And then next Saturday on March 1st, we're going to see that Venus retrograde in your 10th house, which is the house of career, responsibility, and more importantly, you know, what are these long-term goals? And with Chiron there, it's almost kind of like you've accepted a part of you in a good way that's like, well, maybe this is all it is. But what if I were to tell you now that Pluto's done opposing you, and Pluto's in Aquarius, so that's where, you know, I feel like Cancer and Cancer risings are going to have the most interesting, you know, next 2 decades, or yeah, the next 2 decades, because, you know, we're going to really see what's underneath there, like what your real desires are, what your real wants are, and how you're going to really connect with it. And that's what's so interesting is it's almost kind of like, what do you really want in your vision? What is it? Because it's almost like the Disneyland came from this like, well, that's safe and that's a nice, easy way. And that's something that looks stable. This ain't about stability anymore. If anything, stability for you is actually going towards a vision and a desire that actually lights you up. I mean, this Venus in Aries, I feel like you almost are kind of like throwing in the towel when it comes to like, well, I guess this is as far as I'll get to the big goals I want. I know you have dreams, but like when there's a part of you that kind of gets to this like, but there's something in the way. There's something in the way. Because the 10th house is the path which we take. And there's something with that Venus and Chiron there. It kind of reminds me of a person that like you kind of feel sorry for. It's kind of like a handicap. It's having somebody who's like handicapped. And I'm not making fun of a handicapped person, but it's like somebody who's handicapped and you feel bad to go run. And you're like, I guess I have to walk with them. And your desire is to run down the trail. And you're like, fuck, like, the question is, are you a bad person for letting the person know it's been great, it's been nice, or the job, or the vision and energies connected to it? Is it okay for you to be like, I've learned a lot, but I'm ready to go run without holding this part of my life and myself back. Because it's not about the handicapped person. If I use that as a random example in the middle of the desert and you want to run, but they're like, and trust me, they're not like collegiate, like Olympians in like the Special Olympics. They're not like that. So it's like, I think it's for Cancer realizing, oh my God, I have to stop holding, which is what you kind of do, the responsibility that I have to be the one that holds the space for other people to either survive, because that Pluto in Aquarius and sextile to that Venus that we've been seeing, that Pluto in the 8th, that Venus in the 10th, you're done with that. You're done with like, you're the one having to figure it out for the other person all the time. You're the one who's always got to come through. You're the one who's always having to keep the vision going. And I don't think you hate the person or anything, but it's kind of one of those things to where it's like, are you on the same page? Because if you think about a book and 9th house and a story or even a journey, it's kind of like you're stifled here with Saturn, with this North Node Saturn, this North Node Neptune. It's like everywhere it comes, even Pluto in the 8th house, it's like there's something in between you and what you want now that Mars comes alive in your sign. Whoa. And it had an extended stay already. It's already gone through all of Cancer. It's stayed retrograde throughout since the beginning of January, right? And January 3rd, it's been retrograde in your sign. So it's already been almost 2 months retrograde in your sign. It's coming direct. Doesn't leave your sign for another month and a half. So I think it's kind of like, and then, you already had the other Mars transit in Cancer in the fall or in the late fall and the winter. So you have to remember, like you've stewed on things a long time, and it's what's in between. Now you can put all that on you, but this is different. This is about the attachments you make because you're dealing with the quadrant from the 10th to the 7th, right? Like that's a big part of it. And now with Venus and Chiron in the last quadrant, right? Like it's more though loaded up in this quadrant. So it's like, this is where the attachments are. And so for you, it's like you're stifled by the attachments. And then the first quadrant where Mars is now direct, plus the nodes are out of your 10th and 4th. So it's kind of like now that they're in the 9th and 3rd, it's definitely like a complete like, well, what the fuck just happened? Like your life has actually made major shifts. And until these eclipses happen 2 weeks from at the end of this week's horoscope, right? So really that lunar eclipse in Virgo that's coming, that's going to be after this new moon, 2 weeks after this new moon. That's where it's going to become aware for everybody, wherever the nodes were, right? Like when they were in Aries and Libra. And for you, that was in your 10th and 4th. So it's like, you don't even know the world's complete pivotal access that's coming your way. It's like you're kind of blind to it completely, like in a very Cancerian kind of like naive, like sweet way. Like, what do you mean? Like everything's all right. But everything's not all right. Like, I think the other part is like, can you be constantly feeding yourself with it's okay when you're not okay? And it's not bad, right? It's not like bad, like you're not okay. It's like that in between, like, no, there's something off. There's something really off. But can you actually have that courage within yourself to define what you actually want? Mars direct in your own sign, Pluto now in Aquarius in the 8th house, and now the sun and Pluto have finally met there just a month ago, and now the sun's in Pisces in this 9th house, and it's like, this ain't fucking Disneyland. So are you gonna finally say, I'm done? I thought this was Disneyland, but I'm going to go to the Disneyland that I want now. Can you do that? That Venus in the 10th house is a responsibility taskmaster to that Venus, saying like, yeah, it's time to take responsibility about whether you're going to keep identifying with something you don't want to identify with that you've placed value on, especially since Venus rules your 4th and it's co-ruled also to your 11th house. It's like you are the helper. That's why, Cancer ascendants help people too much because Venus co-rules that 11th and 4th house. Libra 4th house, Taurus 11th. And with Uranus in that 11th and semi-square to Neptune, that's the other problem, is that you can't move forward to actually go into the world that you want because you're carrying like this other story to another story that you want to live. So you are in between, like you are like a knife that is cutting in between like a loaf of bread, and you're worried because that South Node in Virgo is stewing and the lunar eclipse coming in the weeks to come. And Mercury is about to head into shadow at the end of this week while we're having this new moon. And that Mercury is with Saturn and it's headed towards Neptune. And it's like, you're worried about things because you want to try to bring both stories, the one you want and the one that's not working, that you don't like, and that you're honestly like have given everything to. You're trying to stop the knife from cutting the loaf in half and trying to glue it together with butter or something. Not going to happen. So as you can tell with my tone, I'm not like, hey, it's much more like the things have already been set in motion. It's whether or not you're going to continue to be in the way. Through your beliefs, trying to hold on. And, this is where you're going to triple down on your prayers. You're going to triple down on hope. And hope is there. And all of God's glory is there if you let God open the door and you just have to walk through. It's going to be that easy. But it's like when somebody gets to a cliff jump. It's not like the craziest cliff. We're talking like, we all, doesn't matter where we are in the world, know of a cliff we can jump off of, okay? Into the lake or water or the waterfall, whatever, right? In that little fear that comes up is where you're at about everything. But jumping off of it is that Pluto thrill you need, but also that Venus, like, I'm taking responsibility again. I'm going where I want to go. I want to jump off the cliff. I want to jump into the water. I'm done being up here in this Piscean top part of this waterfall. That's not the waterfall I thought. They said there were penguins here. There's no fucking penguins here. I guess I'm going to jump into, there's more opportunity to see if there's penguins down there than up here. Like whatever that deeper need is, it's your calling that's helping you, but you're afraid to disrupt through exposing your needs. And now with Mars direct in your sign and Pluto in the 8th and this new moon in the 9th, it's not because you believe it. It's your basic nature of who you are that can no longer live the story that doesn't involve your deepest needs, wants, desires, and identification of who you are and what you've now evolved to be as a person. And it does feel like you're holding the weight and the responsibility of another person with that Venus Chiron in the 10th in that stationing. And it goes back to whatever you were going through with the last time we saw this Venus retrograde, of course, and the buildup from that January, February, March of 2017. But that was with Uranus. So it was like, well, fuck it. This is not fuck it. Like, let's go. This is like, you can't feel bad. So you have to set a new tone. With Mars direct, all these energies in the 9th, it's about setting a new tone. And that new tone cannot feel bad. about being responsible and holding on to the vision, the life, the responsibilities, the identification, the desires that aren't what the story is that you want anymore. And also the curiosity that's calling you, because with Jupiter in square to the new moon in your 12th, you are trying to slam everything together and make it all work. And it's just not going to. So it's saying, like, you know exactly the things that Spirit's been telling you to do. And it's a good thing that Jupiter's direct now, but I don't think that you've been able to feel the kick in of doing anything about it till this Mars really finally like drops the clutch in. And it's going to be a little clunky, but at least it gets going, and you'll find your rhythm as you go. And I think you're worried about your rhythm. The issue is not finding a new rhythm. The issue is the rhythm that doesn't even work anymore, out of sync, like completely. Like all the gears are out of sync. The fucking timing is off. I don't want to talk cars, but I was talking the car. Timing's off. Your gears are off. Your fucking tires are not equalized emotionally to hold this thing up. So I think that, you know, do you want to keep driving a jalopy that you feel responsible for, and you have to start it up every day and be the one that's carrying the story? Because, like, let's be honest, if you were to just take 48 hours and not do all those responsibilities that another person or a project or even a job or whatever that you do all this stuff for, it would just fall apart. So why continue to hold the thing up that you don't have the energy to do anymore? And this is your way of actually getting to the story that you've always wanted, that this is a chapter that's happened, that's been a long one. That's the realization and the conscious awareness of, like, holy shit, in order for me to get to those other chapters that get towards that ending and get towards the way that I want the story to go, this was the most important chapter that I had to do in order to understand the pivot, Uranus in the 11th, that I had to do, that you're afraid to do because you don't want the story to look too crazy. When the truth is, it looks crazy as the reader to see that you continue to keep doing it the way you've been doing. Well, you got a Wheel of Fortune. So, I mean, like, the good news is let the wheel turn. No matter where it drops, it's meant to drop. Don't try to control this story again. Don't try to keep those two parts of the bread together by slamming some butter in between, thinking that's super glue and it'll stick. You know, let the wheel turn. Let your life be the surprise of this new moment. And I'm telling you, this new moon triggers with that north node, and it's going to come in. And then over the 2 weeks after this week, when we get to that lunar eclipse, it's going to be like, holy shit. And then we get to that new moon. So in Aries, that solar eclipse, that's going to be when, over this next month and a half, that this week makes full sense to you. So, my best to you. And Mars direct in your sign. You don't have to worry about that one for a long time. Guess what? I have to worry about that one on the next Mars retrograde. I get 2 Mars retrogrades in a row in Leo. You're lucky. All right. Leos. Leo. Oh, I have to change the shit. Sorry. Change the chart to Leo. I don't use the charts, but now I'm just putting it in the corner so people have it. So they don't go, but I want to see the chart. Like, okay. Here's your chart. You all tell I don't really look at it. All right. That's Leo. All right. All right, Leo. Well, the 8th house. Boy, oh boy, Leo. At least, well, number one, I mean, it happens with every sign. So 8th house, 2nd house, but especially 8th house. This is financial times. This is about the metamorphosis that you're going through in your life and the massive transformations that are happening. And for you, it's an interesting one because it's in square to Jupiter. So it's this new moon, this Mars direct in Cancer. You have been redefining your soul, and it's not even been about your ego. I mean, it was a little bit about that when Mars retrograded in December, but not really. It's been this deep Cancer Mars. It's been all this Pisces now and the 8th. Like, you have been through this massive transformation, and it's about not being afraid to be this more spiritual, more emotional version of yourself. I mean, like, it's also calmed you the fuck down, right? Like, this has been like the universe that took Leos and said, heal, bitch. Fucking, you know, like, put the collar on all of us lions and was like, motherfucking heal. And it was a good heal. And it was the heal that taught you. And if you don't know what heal is, I'm very sorry. I'm not talking about healing. I'm talking about, like, when you tell a dog to heal. All right. Like, you were a lion that was just like healed out. And in many ways, I feel that this has been good for you to understand the limits of what your passions are, because it's nice to have passions, but there comes a point to where you have to learn, like, okay, you can only do so much and then you just surrender. But at the same time, you know, this is about learning to receive and also understanding the quality of things. You've been a great builder over the last decade. The North Node was in Virgo almost a decade ago. Now it's North Node's in Pisces. It's square Jupiter. So it's like, I think you don't know how you're going to fit into society as this kind of, you know, really different person that's emotionally different, that's more calm, that's, you know, in many ways you could say wiser. Pluto in the 7th house. Like, this has been teaching you that it's not been about you. It's been about other people. It's been about relationships. This is different. Every sign deals with Pluto in the 7th different. Leos deal with it in the most different way, as far as Leos have to learn how to be better partners. That's the lesson of Aquarius, is like, it's not about your ego. It's about how you come together with somebody, right? So that Pluto has been teaching you, and I think the metamorphosis has been, your life is not about you anymore, Leo. It's not just about you. It's these deeper connections. And so, you know, if you're a Leo right now and you haven't found connections in your life that are more than just about you, I could see how this would be the roughest time, because this is all about the head scratcher transit. Venus, that's retrograding in the 9th, that's going to come after this week, but it's stopping here. And so it's like with Chiron, it's like all of your values about your beliefs of who you always are, Aries, like that's why Leo is the strongest sign, right? The sun is the ruler of Leo, because of course Aries is going to rule the 9th. Of course Sag, Jupiter is going to rule the 5th. That's the best life. Get the best luck for happiness, self-love, and every adventure you have the courage to do. And it's powerful. The bummer is the water signs. The 8th house is Pisces. You have to surrender your ego, and in order to receive, and in order to, you know, actually have a deeper, much more connected, you know, connection of anything or desire, you have to be in your spiritual self. It can't be, so, you know, it's like you've had to go do all the inner work. And I almost feel like you don't even recognize yourself anymore. And that's okay, because you don't want to be that old person anymore. The big lesson for you, Leo, is you don't recognize your ego, because it's almost like you don't know what one is anymore. It's like, what do I define myself as now? And it's okay. This is going to be a period where the discovery is going to be the best part, but you can't keep blocking the discovery with negative belief systems And that's going to be a big part. But also this Mars in Cancer, it's been cutting away the emotional, spiritual attachment to the past. So it's important for you to let go of the past. Now, for a lot of people, it's good to reflect on the past. For you, we do it too much as Leos, okay? 12th house Cancer, 8th house fucking Pisces, 4th house Scorpio. We love the past. We love remembering how badass something was in the past. You know what? It's good to treasure those things, but the ultimate treasure has been this transformation that the universe has stripped you from who you once were. And it's now not about you. It's about how you have to still do you and love yourself while there are needs of others. There is a place that you have to show up for other people. And it's not about just you. And that's kind of weird because the South Node here in Virgo is like the one sign that knows how to manifest its own little trajectory and journey and know how to do all the little tools is Leo. Leo's the one who's got second house Virgo. So when it comes to being the craftiest, it's Leo. Yeah, that's why you can do the show on your own, build your own computer and do this and do that and do that. But it's like, that's not the place to rely on anymore. It's okay to, I think where Leos are going to have to learn is to learn how to communicate better with that Jupiter in the 11th in society, about how to express your needs to receive, but also to also understand the communication of others when they ask for something and how to listen instead of interrupt or get in between, like listen and what somebody else's emotional needs are. I know there's a bunch of people cross-watching that have Leos that are like, I'm showing this to my Leo right now. Because that's what the lesson's been for Leos for the last couple of years, and it's finally reached the point to where Leos, if you get it, you know it, and you're in this humble spot where you finally have reached this place where you realize the rest of this journey is not going to be the superstar, yourself, glammy show. That show's over. And so the ones that get that, it's about, you'll still get to have an identity again and you'll still get to be a cool ass Leo, but it's not going to be the, just about you. You have to learn how to communicate with other people better and allow yourself to hear the other side's full 8th house, their full energy back. So it's not just about listening, it's about also the souls, where it's really coming from, no matter how messy it is of other people's transparency, vulnerability, or emotional position. Like, you can't get weird about it. You have to be like, okay, let me learn how to listen better. And so it's about, like, you though, the one place you can get caught up in is giving too much now to people. So you have to learn, be like, okay, well, I also have to, if I'm willing to listen now and willing to do, like, when can I say something? It's not so much about when can I, it's like, oh, okay, this is actually a need that's come up. Does it come up again? Does it come up again? Okay, it's come up a couple times. And it's about how do you present this from your soul and not the persona. The persona doesn't get it. Like your ego doesn't get how to connect. That's why Leo quincunx is Pisces. That's why Leo quincunx is Capricorn. So like a Leo going into a board meeting, being too Leo, fails. A Leo going into a spiritual connection and trying to come from the ego, fails. So like this is like, the transformation you didn't maybe realize that you wished upon before you came down here that was necessary in order to move through these times. It also, with Uranus, that's also in Taurus, and it's, of course, in semi-square to Neptune, when it comes to this new direction in your life, especially your long-term, it's going to require you to understand how to do this give and receive energy, and how to ask to receive, and how to also, when asked, to know the boundary of, okay, yeah, I can do that back, or at least express the empathy that you see on the other side to understand why maybe you say no, but at least have their learning how to validate the other side. With Pluto and Aquarius, you always are going to be dealing with people that come from a different way of doing everything. Okay? Like, so it's going to be like not, you have to get over, and Leos don't ever want somebody who's just like them. But there's a lot of always similar things. But when it comes to that deeper way of like knowing how to connect with other people, they're going to have a whole different way of expressing themselves. And usually, because, you know, Aquarius on the 7th house is always where they might not know how to really define what they need as well as you do. So you have to take that extra time to listen, and you have to take that extra time now to really soak in. And this also, because that Mars in Cancer has been in the 12th, it's like, this is like cut away the layers that blocked you from that space to where maybe you would like listen, but kind of be like, but at the same time, it's also brought you to this vulnerable place of like, hey, I don't really know my identity anymore. And it's like, Leo always knows where its heart's at. I think for you, this is like softening you up and letting you lead through that place more. Now, you don't have to be a softie. It's just much more about what actually is the energy that you're receiving back that you're willing to give back towards as well, that actually is reciprocal in the most beautiful way. I think that Uranus in the 10th, it's on its way to Gemini in the 11th, is like, you're not going to have to worry about society or the world. The world's always going to be there for you, Leo. And it will be there for you more than you could ever dream of in the future, especially starting this year. But right now, this is your moment to realize you're sitting with your true soul. And the big things you want, the messy situations that maybe you don't want to get into messy situations with adding on too much into your life or trying to have too much. It's 8th house, it's death, taxes. This could also be where you're going to lose somebody significant. And you're going to be like, I've already lost people. I've already been beaten down with not much here. And I've already been in my soul. Well, that's usually when like some of the more deeper connections leave. So I think that it's not a time about focusing on glory. It's not a time on focusing about your identity. Now, there's a difference between your identity and your needs and your wants. It's more about your wants. It's not about your needs. But it's about learning that with Saturn here, you're going to not get your wants right away. You have to put the work in. And it's about learning to let things go and let them come back around and not having a time on them or an exact moment on them, or even when you know you can figure it out. But maybe not trying to fix anything or trying to, always get on top of something. Like, it's like learning how to really, truly step back. Because you don't know, this has been the problem of your life. You don't, like, what you're realizing is that you run so fast through it, you don't pay attention too much when it comes to when you're in your zone, right? Well, you have to learn to be in the zone while paying attention to what everybody else, and also, if you have wants, another side of other energy has the energy to deliver, but you have to pay attention back, and you have to know how to, really get in. So I think Leos are always this way, but this is like the actual like holy shit moment where it's like embedded now. It's not like the momentary. It's been this evolution that's been happening. And this is where you don't need to now go spin up anything that's going to try to bring back some sort of identity. If anything, this is a good time for you to take the time to keep remembering patience with your wants and your desires, that it's going to come through long-term hard work, and that, you know, people are not, this is reprogramming you and how you look at how you deal with people and how people are in the world. It's like realizing there's more commonality when you just understand that we're human beings than about what talent somebody has or what things do. You know, the 11th house Gemini is the court for the Leo, right? So the court's changing, like always having the people that clap for you isn't working anymore. It's a deeper court you need around you now. It's a deeper, and it's not just the depth you feel. It's about focusing on, do other people feel that depth with me, because I'm actually able to have the other person and the other side feel my verification and an understanding that I'm hearing them, I'm seeing them. And to even do this horoscope's weird because, you know, like it might sound so different than the others, but like this is a problem that Leos have had, right? It's based upon how Leo is. So like Leo, the reason why you see with Pluto and Aquarius transits not many Leos as famous people is because Leos bow out. They get off the horse, they get off the victory laps, and they go do this deeper work. And I don't think it'll play exactly the same way out, but you have to remember that the more that you try to see the differences in somebody, the more distant they'll become. It's the uniqueness that you're attracted to. So focus on those things. And I do think that this Venus is hard because it's with Chiron, so it's like all the dreams 8 years ago that you wanted, it was like, no problem, I can get it all. Now it's like, am I going to get any of them? And it's like, well, yeah, of course. They have more deeper spiritual healing. Now I'm saying healing, not healing like a dog, but healing aspects in your life. The things that you're going after are now, they have a deeper meaning that are going to be beautiful, not for victory, not for some bigger thing. And it's about how do you help the world is the deeper part when you learn how to do that within your own circles and putting your needs into a new space, a spiritual space. And how do you communicate that back? I mean, really, I think, sure, there's the financial aspect that's involved with all this, but that I think that for you is like, where do you put your spiritual investments now? And making sure that it's not about looking at, well, do they show up with what I need? It's like, am I showing up with knowing how to understand what they need too, just as much? It has to be both. So you'll receive a lot staying in this place. But if you think about trying to spin up and come back to try and live the old you again, nothing will come and you'll lose everything, because the danger of this and the dark side of this is destruction. And so the destruction now is your escape is trying to be independent. And Everybody is going to have their own ways, and you need people that also give you space and you give them space, you know, like that's Pluto and Aquarius, right? So like finding that understanding is important right now. People that are up in your grill too much or you're up in their grill too much, that's where you have to cut the tie. And drop the boundary. You have to learn dropping boundaries more than anything. So the boundary is with you first and your ego. Second, with people coming up too close or you coming up too close to people, you know? Because we all know that as Leos. We're always like, ugh, God, this person's up my grill too much. Or, oh my God, I just want to be that person, you know? And it's like, can you back up? You're always up, you're in my grill. Okay. You know, because we live from our hearts. But this is where you find that nice balance now and know how to drop boundaries. Don't let anybody in anymore that doesn't go through massive amounts of testing when it comes to if they're good in your life. You don't want cheerleaders coming in. This is not the time to pick who's just cheering you on because they want to cheer you on. And this isn't about taking the bait with people who are trying to bait you. There's going to be a lot of people that try to bait you. Like, oh yeah, look at this. I got this great thing. It's not for that. It's for something else. It's okay for you to have discernment now. Leos don't have a lot of discernment. And it's good for you to drop boundaries. But especially people you don't know that are trying to come in or trying to say, hey, I'm bringing this into the court. Hey, no, sorry, I don't know who you are. You know? Well, you got the Seven of Swords reversed. So I think this is a really good card because I do feel like pay attention. What shady shit's going on can be avoided within yourself and externally. And I do feel like things aren't as confusing as you think. The things that are confusing are the things that are coming out of nowhere from energy you don't know. And Leos right now have to set the boundaries up. The walls have to be up. The only sign that never has walls up are Leos. The walls have to be up. There's too many things to protect in your personal life, your own. You're in a vulnerable place. You do not have the Leo shell on right now. The Leo shell's off. It's still being repainted and redone. And so you're a vulnerable soul right now. And so that's why the people that you have in your life are the most beautiful things in your life. And it's not that they're protecting you, but they are, you know, by you being more and more loose and more raw, that's how you're able to build trust with others and find alliances that you can trust in your life. Not the people who are trying to take from you. Because really, this is about ending the takers. And you not going after all of your desires. Because we are hoarders. And we can't hold on to everything in the whole universe. It's too wide. All right. And I that belief thing is the hardest one. You have to learn that a belief, even if it's not as big or as radical as it always has been, is still okay to be a belief. Even like stop expecting it to always be this belief or this vision of this big thing. Let it be the simple just thing that you've identified and move to the next version of it and the next version. Don't have to see the dynamic moment always. You're living a dynamic moment in a much more wider view than you realize. All right. Guaranteed this video will get around because of that horoscope. Every fucking person that's dealt with a Leo is going to be like, look at the Leo King. And they're going to send it to every fucking Leo they know. Leo rising. They're going to be like, see, I told you, you never knew how to talk to me. Oh, man. We did. We just, you know, we had other things too that we needed to say, and we got used a lot in the past. We just didn't know how to communicate that until the last minute. Virgo, I have to change it. Hold on. This new thing. Virgo. All right. Now we can do it. Virgo. Virgo. Okay. Well, Virgo risings. We got to talk about the relationship thing. And it's more potent than it's been for the last 2 years I've been talking to you about it. And I'm going to prepare every Virgo ascendant for this truth. Okay? This is going to be gnarly. Because you have the nodes on the 1st and the 7th, they're on your ascendant and descendant as far as solar-wise goes, or if you have the ascendant there. Your life's going through a massive transformation over this next 18 months, and this week begins it with not a preview, but they're already dropping, the universe is dropping the first scene. And it's about the very fragile state of your relationships. Now, I say fragile because it's a new moon in Pisces with Saturn. We've seen Saturn for 2 years here. There's been issues. There's been things that have come up, blocks, things that kind of feel like, are we together? Are we apart? Are we together? Are we there? Where's the future going? How's it look? I guess I won't say much. I guess they're not going to talk about it. You know, weird, like something's not fully there. Not feeling normal. But you have to look at it from your lens as far as what you're contributing. Venus, that's going to station and stop this week in your 8th house with Chiron. So we're dealing with your desires, and we're dealing with your connection, and we're dealing with your bonding. That Jupiter in the 10th house that's in square to this new moon in the 10th. So these are where, you know, the south node in your own sign. Now, trust me, go watch Libra videos for the last 18 months prior to January, right? I told Libras their ego is their number one fucking thing. You got to shut the fuck up about it. Well, when the south node's in anybody's sign, it's not about you. And boy, oh boy, are you going to try and make this about you? My needs, my this, I need that. You have this North Node in Neptune where you need to learn to go through things with people. Now, the truth is, too, you have to be willing to see if people are being honest. So needing to see honesty from people or what's really going on with people, that's a need that you can express. But making it all about you in every other department and fighting about, I need this, I need that, I need this job, you need to do this, and starting to say the you is going to be your big fucking scene that starts to come up. So my prediction with this Pluto in the 6th house as well, and that's what's really weird. Pluto's in your natural house you rule, the 6th. Of course, Pluto's not in the sign that rules you. It's in Aquarius. It's in the 6th. You have a whole, and it's, I think I've said this, but it's going to be now when you combine everything else, it's like you don't even know 2 cents of what a whole entire new reality looks like and how to run your life. Like, you've reached a place where your routine, your rhythm is going to A, burn you out, B, cause the worst health problems in your life, C, have people just be like never in your life because you live the way that you live your life so weird that nobody knows how to fucking fit into it. And then D, you've been doing it since you were born. And it's very hard to teach an older dog, even if you're a kid that's a Virgo, new tricks, right? Like, you have this way that you have to live your life and this little routine and the time that everybody has to do it. And that is no, like, Pluto is like, no longer can you tell other people how to live their life and expect other people to be living this specific life this certain way. And you, most importantly, are the worst example, is what Pluto is saying. Like, you're the worst example, not the other people. So this is this, why is my life going not exactly the way I want? You. That's where you start. You. 2, you have deep needs that you don't feel like you're getting. Sexual needs, maybe even people expressing their value about you back, but you're not feeling that you're being seen. Well, it's hard to see you when you are in this 6th house Pluto transit now in Aquarius, where you have your little routine, which is so specifically the way that makes you feel comfortable and will give you anxiety if you don't change it. That nobody's trying to fit into your life. They've tried forever. So I think that because it's extreme. I'm not gonna lie, Virgo. This is extreme because everything is squaring and opposing your 4th house, Sag, and Jupiter is in square, and it's to this new moon that's in your 7th. So your work life, of course, with Jupiter, it's like it'll figure out the pressures, but the pressures on your personal life. And your personal life is not you're not opening up to different ways to look at how your home life can be, your personal life, your relationship life is extreme part of that. But it's more about this wounding you feel about not being seen, not being valued in some way that the other person might not even know. Because the expression is when you get aggravated. This deals with South Node and Virgo, dump trunking out all of your ego criticisms, right? So, like, do you know how to ask for something without it being critical? And just, this is where Pisces is your biggest teacher, and it's in relationships, right? Like, learning that relationships are not all about one person. It's about you and the other person, and it's going to feel messy trying to find, and it's always constantly going to be moving and having its conscious and unconscious moments. And so for you, it's like you're on this fucking merry-go-round that it's like, is it ever going to stop? No, don't let it stop. You're in a place to where you have to ask yourself, is it really the relationship, or is it the way that I live my life and I'm asking the other person to fucking live it this way? Now, the only thing that comes up that would be weird about the other side would be something that they're hiding, like some sort of betrayal or misconduct if they're not ever showing you love and affection, right? But the other thing could be like, are you the one withholding your desires and needs, or their desires and needs? Then you're really going to need to look in the mirror. Because this is going to be, and I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm just being honest as an astrologer, and I think a lot of astrologers would agree with me. With this Mars coming direct in your 11th house, in Cancer, is Venus about to go retrograde in your 8th. This is such a flip-flop energy to me, because it's like, no, this is not about acting out on, I need this desire. This is about how you cool your emotions down. 2, the pressure of the amount of mutable energy that is fucking all around, and the South Node is in your sign, and we have a lunar eclipse in 2 weeks after this new moon in your sign. That's going to be a total lunar eclipse. you are going to be hit with what the fuck is happening in my life in this cycle this was the week that brings you into the months that are going to blow your mind. And my big prediction is drama. Okay? That you have to learn how to cool your fucking jets and look at your own self and be like, how am I fucking participating in this drama? And it's more of looking at, well, are you cool? Are you letting go of how your ego needs to see it? Are you willing to make adjustments in your routine and how your life goes day to day? Or is it so weird that actually it's like you're the one kind of the messy one or creating the mess? You have to be honest. And I think for you, it's like you're so focused on career and where's the relationship going and all that. When I think you need to be like, it's not about where it's going. It's about whether it's sustaining and comfortable and finding a flow and willing to make adjustments. And you have to be willing to be the one that looks in the mirror and says, am I making adjustments? Because I think this Venus is tricky that's going to retrograde in Aries. It go back into the 7th house, by the way. And you have Saturn there and the North Node there and eclipses that are going to be all happening here and in the 8th house. You know, this comes back to 2017. What happened in your life 8 years ago? It's almost kind of like, oh yeah, found everything I want. And this is going to bring up, oh man, I'm going to go there. This is going to bring up, I found what I've always wanted in my life. And now you're going to be dealing with self-worth situations of like, am I attractive? And it's not about the look. Or you might even be like, am I still attracted to this person? Or am I attracted to this person that you don't really know just because you want to feel better? But you know, it's almost like you're very confused about like all these needs, and it's not about your needs. It's about literally like you like chilling out and like seeing like how do it make the adjustments within your life, because your life's not aligning with anything but your own old way of like living your life that's not making your career better. It's not making your relationship better. It's not making your needs get met. It's not making your happiness. Maybe it's making your happiness. That's about the only thing, but it's not really helping you connect with the other sides of things that you need. You know, it's like you're too much like clockwork, and it's time to fucking throw the clock outside the fucking window and let the cars run over it. And start a whole new way of looking at how to not be so finicky about how it's got to be and how everybody else has to be. Because like, I think your biggest issue is going to be, if they just shifted this, if they did this, why do they say that? Why do they do this? You need to shut the fuck up. Let other people, and they won't even say it that way. They'll just be like, hey, why don't you try that? Because this is going to bring up this like annoyance, and that annoyance for you is going to be so lost in that. Look at the hard work is in how do you work through and move through relationship situations without burning it down because it doesn't go exactly the finicky little way you want it to go. And you're not going to have your needs that you normally want. They're not going to be able to fulfill what you want at this moment with that Venus and Chiron and Aries that's stopping and going to retrograde there. And then that Venus that comes into the 7th house, right? Because the last time Venus retrograded here 8 years ago, there was Uranus there, right? And Mars. So it was Venus, Mars, Uranus chugging through like in the 8th house. You're like, this is everything. I'm getting everything I ever wanted. And now it feels like it's the opposite. I'm not getting anything I want. The truth is, You can't get what you want when you're on the old tracks. Everybody's moved on new tracks. You have not. You're still in the, like, you're like clockwork. Go to bed at this time. I need this. I need to go to the fridge at this time. I need to make that. Need to do this. Need to do this. Get in the car this way. Do that. Need to have this. Why is that person not here at this time? That is your problem. I only go on dates if the person does that. I only do this with my partner if they do this. The kid needs to do this. Oh my God, I need to do this. My mom needs to do that. Everybody, that's the problem. And this is not based off like, oh, because I'm picking on Virgos, because Virgos can sometimes be analyzed as that. It's literally Pluto in the 6th house mixed with the craziest ruler of all for the 7th house is Neptune, and it's for Virgos. That their spiritual fucking enlightenment comes through messy relationship moments. And this is the messiest it's ever going to be in your life. And it's also, while it's not going to give you what 8 years ago was, where it was like, all my desires. It was almost like you were like, oh, I got the perfect thing. Or you found the idea of the perfect passion. And now it's like, well, what happened? It's like, you're not on those tracks anymore. You have to move and create new tracks on a whole new way. And so you got to look at it as like an upgrade. The positive is you're on old steamliner tracks from the 1800s. This is bullet train tracks. Now it's going to be a bitch, and it's going to cost a lot of time and energy to make these adjustments, but start with one at a time and be able to communicate with relationships in a way that, hey, I'm going to make this shift. And it's not about, hey, if I make this, will you do this? That's where you're going to fail with that South Node in your sign. Because you're going to fail this transit over the next year and a half if it's always about, if I do this, will you do that? Because it's not about them doing something. It's about you. Not going to be easy. You're in for quite a wild ride. Now, there's going to be a very small sliver of Virgo ascendants that are going to be dealing with infidelity, whether that's yourself or the other side, or finding something out from the past which was glossed over, and you didn't want to look there, and they didn't want to look there, and it pops up. But that's not the focus. The focus is, how do you not self-sabotage a relationship based off your own little highway you want everybody to be on the way you want it to be? And stop focusing on your career defining how that path goes. This is about more personal situations that your career doesn't affect. The career has its place. Use the tracks around those and go wherever they need to go. It doesn't all need to just funnel into the career. That's the problem. Because it's almost like, one, you're single and everything's about your job, so nobody can really come in because you make it all about that. Two, you're in a relationship and it feels like, well, the job, and we need more of this, and we need more of that, and I need more of this, and you're not doing this, and I need this so I can go to work, or whatever. That's the problem. This needs to be all funneled in through, let us find a spiritual place that I'm willing to get off my little weird fucking tracks and the way and the finicky ways, and I'm letting go of my specific ego of what I expect it to look like, because it's not 2017 anymore. It's 2025, and this is a whole new set of things where you have to get those desires is going to take work and a deep healing within you, not feeling abandoned, without you feeling like you're not wanted or attracted by somebody anymore, because it's not going to be attractive to be on your little Pluto fucking 6th house trip anymore. Not attractive. Nobody's going to find that attractive. Everybody's going to be like, what the fuck? Like, oh, you have to go and do this, and you have to cut the fucking cucumbers this way, and just like, can we just go to the store and just do something else, or can we just go out? No, but like, okay, like, you know, like you, like it kind of reminds me of like because the fourth house is being hit, like the baby in you and the little kid in you has to grow up when it comes to how you deal with your relationships based off these specific lifestyle things, right? So like if you're a woman, like maybe I have to have my 2 hours all the time for my makeup and it has to be at this time and I have to do this and it has to be that way and it's like maybe there's another way, right? Like, you know, I've done 10,000 plus readings, right? But girls, like, you know, complain about guys, whether they're on video games too much or they watch TV too much or they're in the garage too much. And women always complain that, you know, or guys always complain, women, they take too long to get ready or they spend too much time with their girlfriends, and those ones are the control freaks. But it's control freaks for women too. Like, you know, he's having fun on video games too much. It's like, well, you're allowed to do what you want to do. That's the thing, is where's the space between you and your partner where it's like, hey, I want to be with you and I also want you to be you, and we can find a spiritual chill zone and find our chill through all the waves and all the crazy spots. But Virgo, for you, it's about you disconnecting this idea of who you are and how it needs to be seen and who you are and how you want it to look and how it's gotta be and how the specific lifestyle that it fits into only your little model that you think is inclusive when it's not inclusive. And it's way too much Jupiter at the top. That's like, but it's got to funnel through the career. And like, you think that the career is going to solve everything. It's not going to solve shit. And that Mars direct in the 11th, I didn't even talk about it. Why? Because to me, it's so simple. You need to chill the fuck out about how you handle your emotions, because this is a time where the emotions are going to rev up like crazy. Everything's hitting your fourth house. Jupiter is fucking worst aspected. It's in square by this new moon in the 7th, and Mars is in Cancer in the 11th. Chill out. And also, why do you give more care to your friends and expect more care from your friends? Why do you think you're not getting it from your personal people much? Wow, you got the 5 of Wands reversed. No arguments. The second you get in an argument, you're gonna lose. Because I guarantee you it's coming from that ego. I guarantee you it's coming from this specific way to be. I guarantee you it's coming from how your lifestyle, which is no longer working. It does not work anymore. Trust me, talk to any Leo. We went through Pluto in the 6th for 16 years. My life is completely different. I was sleeping, 12, 13 hours a day coming into Pluto in my 6th house and when I'm in Capricorn. Stoned? Riding my bike on the beach, smoking doobies, like not giving a fuck. Now, I'm not saying that's you, but I'm just saying that my lifestyle was nowhere near the ability to crank out fucking a daily video now for over 12 fucking years every day. And I've, of course, missed some days, okay? But for the most part, it's been like 10 days over 12 plus years, right? Okay, that's fucking pretty good in the thousands of fucking days, right? So, and that's just a part of it, right? And haven't smoked weed for 13 years now. But you know what I mean? Like, I had to fucking change my reality, my day-to-day lifestyle in order to be able to find the right relationship and all that kind of stuff. I'm telling you right now, Virgo, it's harder for you because this is your own house. But it actually is easier for you because it is if you're willing to disconnect from your own way it needs to be. And you need to avoid fights, because the second you get in one, I'm telling you, it's going to be dramatic and hard to pull out of and cause damage that is probably never going to be able to be repairable. And anybody who knows any Virgos, like, trust me, this is not the time to egg them on. Just let them fucking deal with whatever it is. All right? If they try to tell you somebody's being all bad to them, like, take it with a grain of salt unless you see some hardcore crazy shit going on, because it's more like they're just trying to find an excuse to find a reason for it not to be about their issue. And it's going to be messy. Virgo, you're coming into eclipse season. You're coming into a new moon, opposing the south node, squaring. This is going to be gnarly. In all the best ways, if you're willing to understand what I'm saying to you. If you don't, then hey, that's cool. If you don't want to take it, you don't have to listen. I'm not telling you and forcing anything down your throat. I'm just trying to help give you advice and guidance as an astrologer, and I wouldn't spend this extra time unless it was like fucking holy shit. And I guarantee you could talk to any other astrologer, and if they would see this is some serious shit. You need to be really more open-minded. That's where Uranus is trying to help you out. And that semi-square to Neptune in the 7th is especially when it comes to your relationship, that there has to be some sort of change and some different way of doing things. So everything's trying to tell you that you individually and your values have to change in all of the way that you do your lifestyle. Your lifestyle's not working. It's not working to hold a relationship. It's not working in your sex life. It's not working in all the things that you actually do want. But it's not about basing things off what you want. It's about basing things off of what's going to be best for my relationship together? What's going to be best for building a relationship with somebody? What's going to be the best for where I do actually, also am able to provide the needs of another? Because as you're caught up on your own needs not being met, you're not thinking about what are the other person's real needs. Battery almost dead. Oh, hold on, I have to plug this in. Libra's next right now. Hold on. Of course. And we'll go to your scheduled program. Oh, no. Sorry. All righty. Did that camera really go off live? Two things were unplugged. That's rare for me to have a camera and a fucking cord to a laptop unplugged. Talk about weird times. Man, I did that whole first 6 without a Sprite. Got gnarly. I did it with coconut water. Oh, so bland. So boring. Oh, thank God. Better not take away my Sprites, RFK. Okay? Take away all that other shit, but my Sprites and my brownies and shit, you ain't taking that shit away from me. I will go rogue. I'll even become a fucking, I'll go and do embargoes full of Sprite. All right? Don't take away my Sprite. I'll come after you, bro. I like what you're doing, but I don't. The Sprite, keep that shit okay. All right. Keep that shit okay. I don't give a fuck. Throw all the vaccines away. I don't give a fuck. Sprite, don't touch that shit. I don't care if you want to move out of corn syrup and go back to sugar. That's fine with me. Don't fucking take away Sprite. Okay? All right. We're on Libra now. All right. Got my wings. We got a little Sprite dust and a little brownie. Fucking food of champions. All right. Well, Libra, what a nice time to be done with the South Node in your sign, because now we come into this North Node in your 6th house, no longer in the 7th house. Yet Venus, the planet that rules you, is stopped here in Aries, getting ready for a retrograde. We have a massive stellium of Mercury, Neptune with that North Node, Saturn, and a new moon in Pisces, all in your 6th house. Huh. Got that Pluto sitting in the 5th house of love and romance, and now that South Node in the 12th house. Mars coming direct in the top of your chart, the 10th. Jupiter in square from the 9th. You've been through a lot of massive change, and you've let go of who your ego was. You've done a great job. Now it's about not trying to do so much to catch up. This is the 6th house. This is a great time for you to realize that it's the edits and the adjustments that you're making that go farther than you think. Meaning that, sure, we're always evolving and there's change in life, Libra. But like now that Pluto's in Aquarius, it's out of Capricorn, it's out of your 4th house, it's in the 5th. It's about enjoying life. The little things. It's not about this square to Jupiter in the 9th being like, I am missing out on so much. I need to go try and do all the things in the world. You will experience all the things in the world. It's almost like getting tunnel vision that you have to get worried about, especially about some big thing that you think I have to be doing. It's about enjoying every little drop of what's happening and soaking up the drop and appreciating it. Now, to me, the biggest transit for you is this Venus that's going to get ready to retrograde. Mars coming direct in your 10th. I think it's great because Cancer is your 10th house. Mars being here, it's again in its fall, but it's exalted up here in the 10th. So it's actually a great placement. I do feel like for you, it's like you are finding confidence in your life overall. And especially, it's not just about like purpose or career. I think it's not about career as much as it is about like purpose. Like you're understanding you have a purpose. What the tunnel vision is getting too locked into like, this is my only purpose. Like this is explorative time. The square to Jupiter is reminding you as you're adjusting your life, as you're understanding the new lifestyle adjustments you can make that are more in line with your new egoless soul. You don't need to be so serious. Saturn here in the 6th, okay? Saturn to the 6th house is always a weird transit because it feels like, nothing really flows easy and works, especially nothing's working like clockwork. It always feels like there's not enough sleep. So, there might be a lot of concerns, not enough sleep, but that's North Node in the 6th, Saturn in the 6th. Whenever you're dealing with 6th house shit like that, sleep is a big one. It's not going to be as easy. And again, that South Node being there in the 12th, it's saying not to be focused so much on sleep. Of course, we need our rest. That's the normal rest you need. But I think where the problem is anxiety-ridden aspects that really the question is it a belief system that's making it an anxiety, or do you believe that you just always have to be anxious? I feel like you're rewiring your nervous system while at the same time you're rewiring how you think about life to get more into the moment. And that's where it comes to this Venus that's going to be retrograde when we get back and stopping with Chiron. It's like how your relationships in your life are affected, I think is going to be a positive thing because you've gone through so much here in Aries. You've been through this Aries transit, and you've learned you're the sign of relationships. You're a Venus ruled person. But I think for you, it's like these are about the adjustments that you're making in your life about your beliefs and how things have to be, and how do you have to like do that about a person, about a friend, about a personal relationship? Like this is about where not having tunnel vision, because that can happen, especially when Venus is in the 7th house of Aries, which is your 7th house, and Venus is here and it's at detriment. You have to remember, if you're only looking at relationships through this tunnel vision viewpoint, the same as the way you're looking at life, I need more out of it. I'm not getting enough. I'm catching up. I need to figure out how to get my life to work more. And so that you can be very obsessed with trying to have this perfect life. And you know what? The work is about making it streamline better, but not perfect. There's no such thing as perfect. So I think that the issue is don't move that into your relationships. Like you need to be more perfect, or I wish you were more perfect, or seeing every flaw, because you're going to also be trying to see the flaws in yourself and believing that there's a flaw when there's not a flaw in yourself, just as much as in a relationship, there might not be a flaw. Now there's always going to be some flaws, but this is about not over exaggerating things, because that Jupiter square in the 9th could over exaggerate off one little idea in Gemini, and then with all this Pisces just get real sloppy and be like, well, look, it's out of control now, when it's not out of control. Right? If anything, I think you're more confident with that Mars coming direct in Cancer to be like, you know what? I can handle shit. I'm a big boy. I'm a big girl. And it's about reminding yourself, like, it's about the steps to get to more in alignment. And I feel like you've been, for the first time in your life, at a place to where things can align so much better when you're not trying to figure it out so much. You have to learn to surrender this perfectionism, right? Every Libra and Libra rising has to realize there is no perfect, right? What's perfect is the divine, God, and natural timing, and divine timing and natural things. And that's why 12th house Virgo is the problem, right? The subconscious wants it all to be figured out. So you want it all to be figured out. When are we doing this? When are we doing that? So it's about in your relationships realizing, you know what? It's okay if you're single, maybe it's about somebody that you're talking to, whatever, like, it's not going to be all figured out things in the little things. I'm not talking about the actual bigger things. To be honest, it's probably about the stuff that doesn't matter much, like the stuff that really is trivial. That I think you have to realize, like, this is now where life can finally find a rhythm by you having a belief system that's not over exaggerating something that isn't that big a deal. A problem that's not a problem. Knowing to know, is this a problem? So I think you need to ask yourself better questions instead of going with it's happening. Meaning, is it happening? Or are you stopping to question yourself and be like, is this really the reality of the moment? So you have to take some pauses and then get back on the track and be like, hold on, let me get back in alignment. So the good news here is you've done a lot of work when it comes to these big shifts in how you deal with your ego and your relationships. This is the last test with your relationship to the Venus that's going to retrograde when we come back. This Mars in the 10th to me is very much what has kind of been needed for you, because that retrograde came in there. It was like the confidence boost that you could get through some of the very much like harshest Pluto Capricorn shit of all time that you dealt with emotionally. Like your emotions were not easy to know how to express them, always maybe containing them and then not containing them, and then, you know, having difficulty understanding how to present your emotions, or, you know, like that work's been done. This also is interesting because you have to mix in that, you know, Uranus is in the 8th house and it's getting ready to come into Gemini in July, but that Uranus energy in semi-square to Neptune, which is in your 6th, is saying the more you open up in different ways, it's only going to be possible when you're more easygoing about how specific you want things to be. So it's like you can have more awesome things in life, and it's not by these huge achievements. It's by, in the moment, soaking up and opening up to seeing, well, what's more in this moment? Opposed to 9th house, what's out the window more? So it's like, I'm not saying don't ever look out the window. I'm saying stop focusing only in the window and then only looking over to be like, we're not there yet. Or it's kind of like that kid in the back of the car to mom and dad, like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Get out of that mode. Like, take every day one step at a time. The other thing about this Venus in the 7th house too is like, it's the lesson about how you affect relationships, your identity. And with Chiron there, it's a huge lesson of like, this is like about how your identity, and I don't think it's gonna be that bad because Pluto's now in the 5th, meaning really now it's not about your emotions anymore. So if you're basing things off your emotions, you're fucked. It's about, are you showing up with your heart and not so chilled out? So like, I had to tell Virgos, they need to chill the fuck out. Yours is, you need to warm the fuck up, right? Like you need to thaw the ice with your heart. And I feel like this Venus is about that in your relationships. Like, how can you show more love and affection? You do a great job, of course. The presentation is, especially because Capricorn, 4th house, right? Like Libra said, it's the presentation emotionally is always perfect. So people actually go, oh my God, you've got it going on. But inside, anybody that's ever been with a Libra before knows, like, no, not like that. In public, you're amazing, right? Leo, 11th house, star of the show. Like, that's why, like, you know, it's like the Kardashians with Kim Kardashian, right? She's a Libra, right? It's like, oh, she looks like she's so, you know, so chill, so that, but like, if you notice, like, why does she have so many fucking relationships and what really goes on in them? You don't really know. Because that whole relationship thing, like, that's where you go cold. And then let me call my friend. Let me call my sister. Let me call that. You like want, this is your habit you're going to kill. The 6th house, the unhealthy stuff. This really kind of Piscean crazy 6th house is all Libras have to kill now is, oh my God, I only go into love for the drama so I can call my friend because I love that. So I can call somebody to complain and just, that's my way of connecting. Instead of, oh my God, I wanted to call you, sis, because I'm in love. I'm having so much of a good time. Now, Libras love to do that for the intro part. So they talk about that for a couple of weeks. But once that's over, then it's all the way till the breakup. And the breakup happens actually through a phone call with a friend. It never is a choice made on a Libra or Libra ascendant's version on their own. So this is about you kind of like, hey, it's not about other people. It's about you and your partner or somebody that you date, or even allowing to let somebody in, because that could be a weird thing. You could have your life to where nobody can get in right now and you're not really open with your heart. But all Libras, no matter where you're at, you have to open up your heart now. You have to take out the fucking ice out of the fucking cooler and let the fucking heart out and get a tan. And that means expressing it. Now, I think this is going to be like the experiment as an astrologer to see Libras, because I think Libras set up honestly better than any other sign for the next 2 decades. and you all deserve it. I actually said that at Conscious Life Expo. Because when we get to, Uranus and Gemini, and we get to Jupiter Leo just in the next year and a half, right? And we get to it's all going to be aspecting you the best. The problem is laziness. But it's not really there yet. But this week, I think it's the beginning of this new story of like, what does a perfect life look like? Start with the simple little things. And I think for you, it's like, wherever the part of you that wants to connect to other people, is it coming from a place of love or is it coming from a gossip place? Because remember, Aquarius is the house of gossip. And so with Pluto here, your deep desire now is love, but the gossip that's connected to it. And you have to learn that it has to be about the positive side. And you can't get so finicky and in the literal weeds of Pisces or even the deep ocean where it gets so lost in what is perfect that pretty much anything could be wrong. So it's like you have to kind of understand there's guardrails on what is life supposed to look like. It's not supposed to look like something. Life is something. And it's about defining little by little what that starts to look like, which definition's hard for you, but I do like this Mars in Cancer direct in the 10th because it's enough time for you to start to actually make some long-term definitions from what life is not, and life is never supposed to look like something. It's just, it is a way, and it's how your heart expresses itself. And it's going to be interesting because I do feel like, you need somebody who is confident in their lives, but knows how to understand you through all of your big changes that you're going through. And especially, it's good to focus on your health. It's good to focus on things, but to get lost into crazy weeds, worries, doubts, whether that's on your partner, yourself, or another good reason to block your emotional heart, that's what you have to remove. Right? So, in order to be a good diplomat, which you are, you have to be able to not get lost in the weeds and go, okay, this is what's happening, and not get, this could be this. And too many questions at Jupiter square to this, but even that North Node, that Neptune with that Saturn and Mercury all here in your 6th house, that's where Mercury's at fall. So, Libras, there is no perfect life. So Libras love perfection, right? And then it's interesting because I'll use Kim Kardashian again. It's like even her brand Skims. It's like I learned this from my wife. She's Libra rising. My brother's Libra rising. My father was Libra rising. My grandfather was Libra rising. My daughter's Libra rising. I have so many Libra risings in my life, my whole life. But it's like. So, and I've best friend Libras, Libras, me and Libras are just forever. But it's like, that's the interesting part is every part of Libra, when it comes to whether it's kind of getting lost into a way that it has to be, it's not as harsh as you think, but it comes across with Kim Kardashian in the way of the way she looks at fashion, her clothing line, Skims, it's all neutrals. It's so funny to me because this whole Pluto and Aquarius transit's not about being neutral. It's about fucking learning to express oneself and the uniqueness that it is, but it's the 5th house. It's fucking passionate fire. And in an air sign, it's more bold. And so you'll know that Kim Kardashian will finally be in love, and it will be the one when she starts doing bold colors, when she gets out of neutral. And so the problem here is neutrality. Staying too neutral in a relationship, it's Aries. As much as somebody comes to you, you have to come to them. It's very simple. And Pluto and Aquarius. So you got some great love aspect here, or blowing it because of some stupid little neutrality that kind of gets lost in the weeds over stupid shit. So can you wear a bold color in how you express yourself? And it's not black and it's not white, right? Because sometimes, you know, like it could be like, well, I wear all pure white. I'm showing my beautiful expression. Or all black, I'm showing I'm a badass. No. I'm talking about a bold color like a red. I'm talking about like a yellow. I'm talking about like a green. And every Libra is going, no. Well, some of them, of course, they like it as long as it's beautiful. Well, that's the whole point. As long as it's beautiful, then it's in your mind perfect. And I think for you, it's about letting the slack out more, giving people more understanding, right? When it comes to like, nothing's perfect. And you're going to notice that because people are letting you have slack. Now, anybody who's not giving you slack and trying to criticize you all the time, you should have anxiety, and that's when you start to open out and look out the window. If somebody's constantly criticizing you and not really meeting you where you're at and what you go through and all that stuff, and they're just criticizing you, then you know what? Yeah, it's your time to look out the window. But fucking if people are really there for you, it's about, can you match that back? And can you match that same bold energy? Because like, think about this. If life was perfect in a very Pisces way, because that's your sixth house, would it be, if somebody meets you with bold, would it be fair to not beat them back with bold? Because I'm going to use the Libra term, fair. Venus retrograding in your seventh, that's going to happen after this week, is about fairness on how you show up. And it's not because you're an unfair person. It's in the equality of energies, and it deals with Pluto, that'll be in the sextile the most of this time, about your heart. And how are you too in the nuts and bolts of little things that don't matter instead of the little things that actually have so much potency. And that's where the great adventure is to find. But you got a great horoscope. I don't think that there's too much. I don't think you're going to fuck it up. But because if you have good people in your life, then you won't fuck it up. But if you have bad people in your life, you'll fuck it up because they're not understanding and they don't care or whatever. But again, I also wouldn't have suspicions. This is not a good time for you to get lost into some little trying to figure out, you know, the fucking little suspicious thing. That Uranus there is like having to learn to open up to and express your values more. And that Mars in Cancer in the 10th is wear your emotions proud. That's what's so weird about fucking like a Kim Kardashian making like Skims. And I think it's cool, whatever. It's like, but it's neutral. It's so not emotional. Neutral is so like MPC. I should probably say it here like MPC. And that's exactly what you don't want to be. You can go through this matrix and still be a spiritual radical star without it being so focused on a specific tunnel vision. You have to widen your scope and then go into those scopes and make your adjustments and not be so one-dimensional about life and how it should be and how you also feel about things or how you think life is going. You need to, if you're critical about yourself, this is where you got to get over your criticisms. You got to turn your criticisms into construction and turn that construction into a positive thing. You got the Page of Cups. Oh, it's upright. I mean, this is good. I mean, honestly, and that's got the fish in it. This is where it's a great time to just be light, easy. Yes, I'm not telling you to just abandon your life. It's about figuring out how to make this clock run better in your life. It's about having that light energy, and we're moving through things, and, you know, keep it simple, keep it lighthearted, keep it fun, and express yourself with love and express yourself with joy and match the energies emotionally back. All right. Whoever thought the days would come and Libra would have an easy horoscope? We're here. We're at those times. Especially, you know, the air signs are, I would say, definitely going to have the best ride the next 2 years. Except Aquarius, of course, but. Oh yeah, I have to get rid of this. We need to move it to Scorpio. I said I wasn't going to do a long one tonight, and this is what happens. You have to do your sun signs. Fucking, I wish it was that easy. All right. Scorpio. I'm going to say it this way, Scorpio. You can come out your path of extreme over emotion and all of your hidden emotional world that's you feel like you're on edge, that Pluto in the fourth. This is the fifth house with all this Pisces. It's like, get over your own emotions. Get over it. Okay? Like, this is your time to get over so many emotional things and let go of, and just enjoy your life. You're specifically trying to emotionally live a certain way. You're trying to protect way too much. You're almost like intentionally trying to have it clamped down a certain way. When you hate when people do that. So why are you doing it? That's the big question. Like, you know, it's so funny that Pluto in Aquarius, right, dealing with society, is in your emotional house. So it's like you have to share your emotions with the world. But no, you are going into retreat because that's what's so weird. It is the fourth house. It's a place of where we do like to retreat. It's the basement. Well, you already live in the darkest basement, Scorpio, the cave that nobody knows what's in there. So your personal life, yes, we have our own needs and privacies, but this is the fifth house. This is what the North Node is. It's about expression. So like, whatever's happened, this is about you building your spiritual way to express your soul without it being behind every fucking closed door. Especially that Venus in the sixth, right? With Chiron there, it's like you feel like reality is going to fuck you, okay? And I'm telling you, the more you keep thinking reality is going to fuck you, the more you're going to ruin every part of your happiness because reality is not here to fuck you. All right? Like this Jupiter square, especially in your eighth house, again, how do we get you to express the deeper needs you want emotionally? Well, you feel comfortable when it's in this kind of like contained world, but you have to uncontain your world. You have to widen out your heart. You have to open up to this like wider view than you've ever been before. So it's really weird because a lot of it is about pain that you think is happening in reality, or that reality is going to turn around and screw you. And so it's almost like you're tiptoeing in your life to live a certain kind of value system that's flawed. Okay? It's flawed. And that's what's ruining your life. That's what's ruining your reality, is the flawed reality that you've manifested about tiptoeing a specific, like, weird way. Instead of like, hey, this is about like, where's that soul expressing its heart? A big part is Mars, of course, at gestation direct. It's in the ninth. Like, your emotions need to express in the bigger ways. Like, you have big emotions. It can't be done in this little den that's so weird in the fucking, geez, like in Antarctica or something. Like, what, you got the fucking penguins with you? Like, yeah, you move your family down there. Like, this is like where for you, I think it's like you have to free yourself of your fear emotionally of happiness that will be crushed. And with that South Node in the 11th, it's like you don't have to serve people anymore. You don't have to do anything for what your friends want or anything. It's about your happiness and how you want to do it. You just got to make sure that you're not pulling yourself into such a corner that the people you pull in or the emotional hole you get into you're so far gone that you're not in reality anymore, but you think you are. My concern about Scorpio is almost like you're moving onto your own island and only you know what it's going to be like there, and the little people that you choose to be on that island, right? It's like, because you don't want to, it's like bumpers on a fucking bowling alley. Oh my God, your guides are coming through for all you Scorpios. Like, are you really going to bowl every fucking time with the bumpers on? You got to live life again and have the edge with that Jupiter and square and believe that the edge is where life gives you life. It can't be with, you're becoming like Howie Mandel. You're like, do I touch your hand or not? And this was like 20 years ago. He was like that. I'm not making fun of him because if that's a condition. I'm just saying, like, it's just like, like you can touch somebody's hand. It's okay. You can shake. You could be around people. Reality's not out here to bite you. It's almost, God, you have the craziest guides coming through. It's like there's no Venus flytrap that's coming out to eat you. Okay? Like the bear is not going to come out of the forest and eat you. It's not going to eat the energy that you are investing your emotions in either. If it's especially people or relationships. Because you remember, Uranus is still there in that 7th house. So this Venus in the 6th house it's really odd because Venus rules your 7th. It's in the 6th. It's like, it's too tight and narrow how this specific way that you think life has to be, whether it's a diet, but it's bigger than a diet. It's a diet of how you want your life to go, and it's missing the meat. It's missing the wholesomeness. And it's based off a fear of like everything in your heart being ripped away. And it could be from the past. Because for you, this is about the past, especially the last 30 years. What's happened with Saturn that was in Pisces 30 years ago to now? And you have to remember that was with Pluto that was in Scorpio leaving into Sag. And so it was like, oh, yeah, that's Pluto in the 2nd house that took things away from you. Okay? When it went into Sag. So you have to remember, and I don't think people remember this, the transition of Pluto from Scorpio to Sagittarius in 95 was with Saturn in Pisces. So you have to go, oh, okay, like, what does that mean? Well, what it means is when Saturn set its mark and it rolled out, okay, like it literally rolled out, I'm going to take things away out of your life that you love for 30 years. That's over. This is the month. So it's more than this week, but the whole Pisces transit is ending the universe ripping things out of your life. So you have to get over the subconscious, and especially with Pluto now in the 4th, it's like locked down into my cold little fucking emotional world and try and stay almost like neutral emotionally, or like just try and protect this weird kind of way where it's almost like people are like, who the fuck are you, motherfucker? What happened? What happened? It's kind of like seeing somebody in an old folks home, and it's called The Scorpios That Used to Live. And it's just a bunch of Scorpios like, don't go in the bathroom, you might fall. Like, what? What happened to you? You used to be a badass. I don't know. I don't want the universe to take something away. It's not going to take it away. If anything, it's going to take it away the more you double down in this fucking like weak ass Scorpio hole. Shit's hilarious because it's fucking true. I wasn't going to say it, but I have to. With this Uranus here in Taurus, you're worried about too many things. You're worried that your partner is going to do something crazy. You're worried that your friends are going to take you down some crazy path. You're worried that if you go out there and explore your emotional field, that something bad will happen, it'll take everything away. You're afraid that if it's not in this specific way that you've identified, that everything will go wrong, or if you don't load the right thing up, or you don't have this in your life, or it's like almost like carrying around a crystal, and if you don't have the crystal, everything's fucked. So it's superstition too. A lot of people think that would be like an 8th house phobia thing. No, it's 6th house. I need to have the little thing. So it's like, you might not even realize it, but it's like, oh, I need to have that little thing. I need to have that way, or the way that my life goes. With Venus there, it's very attached, like very like, oh wait, there's this. And remember, Venus rules your 7th. So it's almost like, don't be you dare doing that to a relationship in your life. Like, oh, I need you here and I need you to be this way. Because if you're in that place, they're going to fucking leave. I've warned you guys for fucking years. I said, you got the best fucking transits for the last 2 years, right? 2022, 2023 into 2024 for relationships. That shit's over. So now they will leave you the more you clamp down and try and control it. And that's where this 5th house drama comes in, is you're not going to have things ripped away if you play this fear game. The house of Scorpios that were passionate, that no longer are home, that you are at, where if don't come in, what do you mean? I don't know. Were you just thinking something edgy? I don't know. Yeah, I was just laughing at a meme on Instagram. Oh no. Like, that's what you've become. Now for you though, it doesn't seem that way because the lens that you're seeing this through in Pisces is like, I'm so happy. But are you actually seeing your effect on others? That's Pluto and Aquarius in the 4th. Your emotional safety obsession. So Scorpios have turned from badass to making Cancers look fucking like the goats of passion, okay? That there's no sign to define the weak Scorpio. So a good example is the Scorpio during the Revolutionary War is a perfect example. Our second president, John Adams, when he went and saw Benjamin Franklin in France in the middle of the fucking war, because he was the European diplomat, he wanted to play it safe. He was so uptight too. Benjamin Franklin's there chilling out, drinking, talking to the girls, fucking going to his Mason meetings. And there's fucking good old Scorpio fucking John Adams being a dickhead, all secure and safe, and need to do it this way, and it needs to be done this way, and his way doesn't work. Benjamin Franklin is the one who fucking got the French people and businesses and all through the fucking king, but the king nodded his head but didn't officially do it in order to get all the fucking weapons and to get some of the troops and eventually get the boats that saved us to make the fucking Revolutionary War win. Okay, if we would have followed the Scorpio, we would have all died in that war. We'd not be here. So you can no longer be the little safe haven little thing. It blows my mind. Every Scorpio I know has deserted the fucking universe. They are in their holes. I do not show my life. I am scared to death. I don't want anything to take anything away. Bye-bye. And I don't know anyone. Every Scorpio, and I've known a shit ton, gone. Like literally nobody can find them. No one knows where they went. They just disappeared. Because you guys are all pussies. I'm going to say it. You guys have turned into pussies, and I'm saying that from love. You guys have the 4th house Pluto. You're so afraid of it all being taken away. Nothing's going to take anything away. It's already being taken away your life. And I'm already telling you, you don't need to go reach out to friends or do any of that. South Node in the 11th house is not about what society thinks, not about what your friends think. Fuck them. Do what makes you happy, but make sure you're not fucking actually happy in a fucking home of ex people who used to be badass and edgy and living in a world where you're a fucking limp ass fucking person. Like, I don't want to lose anything. Because even that square to Jupiter in the 8th is trying to wake up some part of you, but now you're like, it's like, I don't know. You guys are the guides come through so crazy for Scorpios right now. I guess Scorpios really need this. Fucking, they're like, well, you guys are eagles first. You guys are meant to fly. This Mars in the 9th, this Jupiter in the 8th, they're meant to fly. And here you are playing your Scorpio out, buried somewhere deep, happy as a clam, because you think that you have it all under control. I'm here to tell you, you don't. And just because the North Node's in the 5th doesn't mean you're happy, right? The whole lesson is the eclipses are coming. Like, you want it to take away your happiness, continue to keep playing the safe game you play. Your little safe little world is actually now invertingly going to be what does take it away. Because now whatever we fear the most is what we get. And that's your lesson. That you're more in love with the safety of having nothing being taken away because of a fear of it being taken away, that the universe is going to say, here you go, Scorpio. I love you. You're happy with being afraid of it. I'm going to give you exactly what you want. And I'd hate for that to happen to you. You don't need to reach out to people. I'm talking about just your own life and whatever you want to do. If you want to live in Antarctica by yourself or with your fucking friend or whoever the fuck you want to do it with, do whatever you got to do. But you better make sure you're really happy you're not doing it to save or protect because you're afraid of losing everything. Remember that Sagittarius is what's getting affected in this. They're next, but remember that the South Node is squaring Sag. All this Pisces is squaring Sag. Jupiter is not opposed to Sagittarius. This is exactly the problem, is your second house, your self-worth and your values, and you're thinking it's going to be ripped away, and it's a 30-year transit you've been in. So everything since 1995 and 96 to now, yeah, you had something you loved, and then it gets pulled away. That was the cards that were dealt, just like John Adams was dealt with the same cards. Okay? And he ended up being the second president and our first vice president. But he also was the one who came up with the law of 1797. I mean, there's some crazy shit that motherfucker really... He wasn't the most liked, to where Thomas Jefferson created the whole new party system because everybody didn't like the way the Scorpio was through Pluto and Aquarius. So safety for you is expressing emotions without the fear of something taking it away. Like, because Aquarius is about shocks. You can't be afraid of emotional shocks. You have to live off the energy of shock instead of trying to avoid it. That's all I'm going to say about that. Because, like, I don't know what else to tell you except that, you know, the happiest life is the illusion that you think you're in. It's when you let go of the security and the safety of how that is that you'll find the most epic journey ever. And you got the Magician card. I'm telling you, this is a new start, a new beginning, and for you to find your magic again and get out of the fucking old, weak-ass Scorpios that lost their edge and bring it back and go fly wherever you want. Nobody's telling you what to do. You're not required to contact or connect with people. You just have to go be that. But make sure you're really doing that shit right now. All right. That was some funny ass true shit. So funny. Anybody know where the Scorpios went? Like they literally all just fucking like rats. Like God, like what the fuck happened? Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe there is a volcano that's gonna blow up the world or something, or that asteroid's closer than we think. I don't know. All right, Saggies. All right, well, Sag. We've talked about a lot of these themes, but we are at the moment of all moments, of all moments, of all moments. The question is, can your life finally not be so messy? Emotionally, home-wise, personal life-wise, especially romantically. That Venus gonna retrograde back in Aries like it did 8 years ago, although it did it with Uranus and it did it with Mars last time, so it was like, yeehaw! This time it's like, what am I doing? So I think, especially because the Jupiter is in your 7th house and it's in square to this new moon in the 4th. This is what I warned about last year, all through 2024 when Jupiter came into Gemini, and I warned about it in December when I did 2024, like 3 months ago and 2 months ago. I'm like, yo, motherfuckers, you don't realize this oppositions that are happening when we were in Sag with that Mercury retro and the Cazimi and then Mars that fucking was coming through and getting ready to retrograde in your 9th. And I mean, I'm telling you, like everything I have said to Sages at this point, like this is where it sucks, because from Scorpio to Pisces, it's a fucking, and then Aries. So it's really Scorpio to Aries. It is a fucking gnarly ass shit show. Okay. But it doesn't mean it doesn't, there's a positive in all of it, but I'm just saying you guys are the signs now with the North Node in the South. And you guys are the ones now with Venus retrograde creeping through the crazy houses. And Sag, you're the one with this whole fucking astrology is smacking into your identity. And so this is about, like, especially with Pluto now in Aquarius, like, boy, oh boy, it's all about... I warned you guys about this because that's the weird carryover of Pluto in the 2nd. It actually gave you things and it's taken it away. And it's almost like... you're trying to understand now what the fuck's going on, and it's almost like you think you figured it all out, but it's like emotionally, no, you have not. And it's like the relationship thing, I think, is the hardest part, because this is where the relationship thing is like, I think there will be movies written off Sag and Sag ascendants, off the craziest shit that happens in this week that starts it for the next 2 months. Like, it will be the wildest stories we've ever heard. Now, you like a good wild story, and I'm here to tell you, the astrology is telling you to make it a wild story. Because the North Node is in the 4th house, and this is where Saturn's at. So you're trying to literally establish your foundation. And you cannot... You know, back when it was all Capricorn stuff, remember, I used to say, like, remember, the concrete's getting ready to dry and we're all going to be stuck in 2020, right? And guess what? We were stuck. So it's like the drowning is about to happen emotionally if you don't pop up your fucking, whatever it's called, your fucking snorkel fucking air right now, because the water is filling fully at the bottom of the boat, okay? So the boat's sinking. So your home life, what the fuck is going on with that? I don't care who you are. Your foundation, your home is like a sinking, weird ass fucking like clown ship, okay? A clown cruise. The people, the energy, the vibes, the relationships around that. I think what you're realizing is that you are an empath emotionally, and you always positively, I can handle this, and you thought you've been through the worst. You haven't been through shit yet compared to what the worst is. You're already in it now. It's like, what the, like, this is where it's like, how the fuck did I end up in this mess? That's the best way I can put it. I'm going to just say, I'm going to keep it simple. How did I end up in this fucking mess? I'm either extremely alone or I'm extremely alone in a relationship. I'm going to repeat that. How did I end up in this mess? I'm extremely alone or I'm extremely alone in this relationship. Or I'm extremely alone with this person I like. I think single people are, well, the heartache of being alone sucks. So I'm empathetic with you all. And I think being single, yeah, that's a rough one. This is like, what have you done emotionally? Why are you have to look at how you live your personal life. Like, do you ever get out of the house? Now, there's a lot of Sagittarius that do, but there's some that don't at all. They just are so like, I need to be in my little, you know, people don't believe it, but Sagittarius live in a fish tank, right? Like, so, you know, like the net is Jupiter trying to, like, the relationship pulls you out. Like, I guess somebody wants me. I guess I'll try to get out of my house. But like the Venus that's going to station while Mars comes direct in your 8th house, while Venus stations to go retrograde in your 5th house. This is like fucking makes all of every tragic, crazy love story that Shakespeare ever wrote about look like nada. Every soap opera looked boring. I mean, imagine, look at AI Britney Spears as a Sag right now. Oh my God. She's probably unalived, but you know what I mean? Like, what is happening at that chick's house? So I know that just hit everybody hard because everybody knows what the fuck is going on at that house. That is fucking weird ass shit. She's a Sag. Look at the chart right here. Every Sag, it's the same thing for them. They just don't maybe show it as much. Just the same way that she or her AI, because it's AI, somebody acting as her with the AI face. There's plenty of fucking proof of that. Fucking, and that's why she doesn't do comments anymore either. Fucking, what the fuck's going on in that house? Okay, what the fuck? That is, why do you got knives and shit? Like, what is going on? Who is the person in the background we don't know about? So you could tell because every Sag tries to prop up the small little things they want people to see. Gemini, Jupiter, 7th house, about relationships. Huh? But you have this Mars in the 8th, so it's like coming online. It's like, where in the fuck is your ovaries or balls for what you actually want emotionally in your life? Because you ain't getting it. You're getting the opposite. You're getting either drowned out by feeling alone, or you're putting everything in and feeling alone because you don't get really much back. This also feels like you're trying to maybe protect somebody that you love that's just either A, not a good person, or B, there's something off with them. And you try to look past it, but you can't look past it anymore. This Pluto in the 3rd now ain't fucking around. If anything, I see this as like the universe coming in like a big hand to pick you up. It's like Gulliver's coming in the original Gulliver's Travels in 1934, 33, the cartoon movie. When he goes and picks up the little guys, there's a giant on the beach. There's a giant. Like it's all the little people on the beach are Bombo. And the Sages and the fucking Gulliver's picking you all up. Like that's all the planets at the bottom picking you up. And like, let's get you the fuck out of here. Even that whole love story, right, with Lilyfoot and Bombo and their fight for the music forever. Like all of that shit is happening, and that couple like don't even get to be together. Like there's something about it where it's just like there's too many fucking issues. There's too many weird things, or you're all alone and all the weird things are you. But I feel like this whole hand of Gullivers coming in to pick you all up to be like, and I think you're smart. You get it now. It's time to fucking figure your life out. Like this personal life is just not making sense, and it can't be about your career. South Road in the 10th. You gotta let that go. You can't define your life off your career. Now you're having to define your life how your personal life is going, and your personal life is not going smooth. And your romantic life has got, it's like, talk about God speaking to me in movies. It's like, what's the name of that movie? Officer and a Gentleman. When he goes to fucking boot camp, officer boot camp, and the strippers fucking looking for a husband. And that one dude falls in love with the stripper, but then he gets her pregnant and fucking doesn't want to deal with it, and he unalives himself. Now, I'm not saying that you're going to do that, but like, even Richard Gere, do you really think that motherfucker stayed with her for the rest of his life since the 70s? Fuck no. The strippers that just walked into base like, hey, how are you? That's what you've taken in. Or if you're single, this is where you take the dumbest relationship you've ever taken in your life. Now, can you work it out? Yes, I'm a believer that anything can happen here. But it's some serious shit that needs to be worked out. Like your emotions have not got to express themselves. So A, I would look into therapy. B, I would look into couples therapy if you're in a relationship. If you're single, I'd look into therapy about your emotional issues of why you don't like to be in them, or you don't allow them to come in, or why nobody's coming in, or you're having attraction issues, and that's a communication issue with Pluto in the third. So there's communication issues on a deeper level of how do you express your emotions. So I think that every Sag is extremely bottled up, whether it's trauma from the past, shit that's happened, and not knowing and picking partners that are trauma bonds. So that Mars in the 8th too, I do feel it's really weird because it came in the 9th to retrograde to come into the 8th to show it's not as glamour as it looks, right? Like that's so 9th house back in the 8th house. Like, oh, we start in the 9th, but we come back to the 8th. And we come direct. It's like, oh, I thought we were going in this beautiful, oh my God, oh shit. And it's all this water and everything squaring you. I just, there's always a way, so don't forget that. But the question will be if you are willing to do that deeper look in your emotional life and how you emotionally attach, your attachment style. It all has to do about your attachment style. Are you... The Sagittarius right now are not secure emotionally. So you're either anxious, avoid it, fearful, avoid it. You could even be, and that's really like, there could be so many different types here, but you have to look at, are you avoidant or are you anxious? Because your partner's the opposite of what you are. Or the person you're going after is exactly the opposite of what you are. And see, you have Jupiter that's in Gemini here, and then plus Venus retrograded in your 5th house last time, but it was with Mars and Uranus. So it was like, that was like, let's go. This is like, what the fuck did I do? So this feels like the greatest healing that will ever happen, but boys, there's scabs that have to be looked at, and the Band-Aid has to be pulled off. And the fake, I don't know why I'm getting the fakeness, because whenever I see like a Neptune 4th house, North Node, Saturn, I mean, you don't see this, okay? With the Venus retrograding in the 5th, and then Mars coming direct in Cancer and fall in the 8th, and Venus in detriment in the 5th, this is where Sag is, you know, the reason why you're an adventurer, and the reason why, you know, Venus in the 5th is not the best because it's in Aries. It's your detriment. And Jupiter is not your best planet in the relationship house. It's best in your own house. Or why Mars is the worst place in your 8th house of your desires. That's why Sagittarius had the worst problems with when they follow their desires and they're hopeful about the relationship, that they fucking fall in love, that they're not really looking emotionally at their attachment style or what happened in their emotional life, or getting too into this extreme messy emotional place where they're either alone or you're in multiple that's insane and you don't know what to do right now. Because I don't know, I'm getting that. Like, there's people who are in relationships but then talking to somebody and it's getting fucking messy. Also, this is where, outside the relationship part, where are you drowning? Are you drowning in alcohol? Are you drowning in, you're drowning in something emotional that you can't get through? Whether it's, you think it's this, you think it's that, you think it's a health thing, you think it's none of that shit. Okay? That Uranus there in the 6th house is, you think you know what your health problem is. No, you don't. So it reminds me of like, hypochondriac, like, oh my God, I can't drink this because I have that. Da, da, da. On top of all this other stuff I was saying about, like, this is where you have to free yourself and just go, fuck, okay. Maybe it's not about drowning, but it's about letting yourself just fucking take a big breath and float and be buoyant and just go through all this. But you've avoided all the emotional situations about partnership, about love, about your health, it's all emotional created. And I wouldn't be surprised that your health thing is because you're single and why you're single, or why your relationship sucks and the person that you're with. At the same time, it's all coming back to how you have avoided the biggest emotional fucking situations in your past, your subconscious of all time. Trust me. That was Leo's through Saturn and Scorpio with the North Node. Remember, Leo's went through North Node Saturn in Scorpio. You're going through North Node Saturn. The last one was in Scorpio. This was happening in Pisces. I can tell you I was an emotional wreck. Okay? Fucking my life, I was alone. I wasn't in the relationship. And I had to go through why I'm not in a relationship and all that shit. Actually, thank God I wasn't in one. That's a lot easier. But the ones that are, oh boy, especially with Neptune, I didn't have that. I was born with Neptune and Sag. I never got it in my 4th. Oh my God, to ever even get in there. Did you remember? I know Sagittarius are like, you have been on me forever. Well, I'm trying to tell you that the universe since fucking, geez. It has not been easy for you since 2015. And only a little part of 2015. So really since 2014. And even then with Saturn and Scorpio on the 12th with the North Node. So really since 2012. 12 years ago. So you're mixing all the weird relationship things from 12 years ago and 8 years ago. And now all this Pisces stuff's all met up. And you've dealt with Saturn and it's finally made it to the bottom of your chart. And since 2012, when Saturn was in Libra, and that was the last time, you had good friends, you had people around it has just been a tanking fest down to the bottom. At least you can say this is rock bottom, okay? There's no more going below this over the next 2 months, but this is the week that the first big scene of realization happens. And this new moon's about owning it and being responsible for it and starting to, how are you going to deal with this shit? It's going to be about you knowing how to communicate, understand your emotions, and actually do this emotional work and stop falling hook, line, and sinker to try and escape through an emotional attachment or through people you prop up as the identity that you want, but it really was just based off that, and you can never do that. You have to do it off the emotional, and you don't express your emotions. So you know, to be honest with you, your partners are probably like, I didn't know you had all this going on. And you're upset because you don't know how to express your emotions. So there's always ways to work it out if you can have those kind of talks and actually do all that. But like, you know, there's a lot that's suppressed here. This is rock bottom. And at least that's rock bottom, right? Every fucking sign goes through it. But nobody has it with this much. So I wish it was easier for you. Of course, starting in May, even end of March when Neptune comes into Aries, you start to get definitely some pressure relief. So really just remember that, you know, this is the last year of rock bottom that you finally have hit, by the way. It's been a long way to get here, 12 years to get here. And it will be 13 years you went through the fucking shit to get to where you start to fucking glide into what you really will be true happiness. But you have a lot to work on in that space. You know, like, to be honest with you, that love for yourself is more about the identity issue that you have, because it's like you get too focused on what everybody else's identity is opposed to just even like, well, what's yours? Like, what? And it's like the odd way that you are afraid to express it, or the way you do is so... You have to deal with like shame, and you don't have to be shamed anymore in yourself. Like, you shame yourself because you stick with the bad relationship, or because you're so emotionally drowned that you won't go find anybody because you want to be a certain way before you look, or you got trauma and so you're like, no, I don't want to, or and you know, that's the other part is like, God, do you love the fucking traumatic fucking person? You got to end that because you think you can like save them. Problem is, no. You think Zeus sat around and wanted to save people all the time? Do you think when Chiron, he had to save Chiron, he did it for Chiron? No, he did it for fucking another person. He didn't do it for fucking Chiron. So, like, Zeus doesn't just go, I want to sit and get lost in all this crazy shit. I want to keep going and keep the expansion. And the problem is that you keep expansion and like, I don't pay attention to what's really happening. Let's get through that. It's all good. The problem is it's always all good. You're hitting rock bottom of, instead of what's actually emotionally happening, it's like, it's all good, it's all good, it's all good, it's all good, it's all good. You've done the whack-a-mole of it's all good at the fucking carnival for 12 fucking years. Man, it's all good. Well, bam, it's all good. And you just doubled down on, it's really good. Bam. And like, now it's like, bam, fucking, woo. You're gonna be wild. I'm like fucking like, wow, I'm like riled up. Like, whoa, that'd be crazy life. At least, you know what? You get to go through at least you get to go through a nice dramatic fucking love. Crazy. The Notebook is gonna be calling you to fucking make a new movie. And you got the Ten of Pentacles reversed. It is not stable. Okay? It is not. This is my confirmation. What you think is stable is not. Okay? So there's so much hidden in these weeds. Wow. Okay? Like, and it's okay. I fucking care about you. Everyone cares about you. But boy, it has to be dealt with now. The Band-Aid must be ripped off. Oh my God. And don't do the Sag thing. And when it gets really bad, then go, I'm going to go fuck some new person, but try and not stay connected and not tell them everything. Oh my God, they get new. Oh, fuck. All the Sagittarius are like, this motherfucker knows. They're like, yeah, I know how Sagittarius run. I know. You'll never know if a Sag is in a relationship or not. It's so funny. They'll act single when they're in a marriage, and then they'll drop it on you after. Fucking every Sag, every time. Guys and girls, that's what they do. They don't. What do you mean? Nah, man. Oh, like when they ask you, like, so what's going on with you and your relationship? Oh, I'll be right. Hold on 1 second, and then come back. Hey, what's going on? Oh my God. Remember, Scorpio 12th house. Fucking. Oh, that was hilarious. That was fucking. I guess that's why people want my horoscopes, because nobody's telling Sagittarius that shit. Nobody's telling fucking people what. You got Jupiter in your fucking 7th house. It's a good luck for your blah blah blah. I just can't. Blah 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 blah. You got Jupiter over here. I can't. All right, Capricorns. Well, hey, Pluto's out. I already told you your fucking craziest shit is over in that department, but this is going to be way different. Yes, there's relationship shit. That Mars is coming direct this week in your 7th house. And remember what I said. It was here 3 months ago or 4 months ago. And then I was like, what are you getting into as you're coming into the holidays? Because it's going to go into Leo retrograde back and bring you back here and make a lot of questions about is it really together or not and come there. So we can just get that over with. Like, you're about to find out the beginnings of like, is this real or not? Why either did they leave and why did they leave and are they trying to come back and are you really gonna fucking stay? My main thing though is this: you are in a Jedi mind panic attack. Thought I was gonna say mind trick. Panic attack. You are thinking about things so far and wide and overloading your mind. And this Venus in the 4th house, boy, with Chiron there, I don't think you thought you would ever have to run into another emotional situation that would mind fuck you like you've been mind fucked before, but you did. Now, it's not the end of the world. It's more like, hey, now you've learned your lesson kind of energy. But, I think for you, this is like real good work about clearing up what's been the issues that I just, no matter what, think that's great when it's not. It's about understanding that the illusion can fuck with you so good. The only sign that really, because the illusion can also be the reflection of something beautiful, right? So you have great visions. Use that in your art. Use that in your communication with doing divine work. But when it comes to making choices in your life, your personal life, you need to have a filter. You need to go through the steps of like, is this really spiritually aligned in my life more? And have a fact, and then have a fact, and then have a fact. Give it weeks and months before you jump on it. And especially if it's a person or if it's a job or so whatever you're going to have to deal with here, especially if it's personal life, family life, relationship wise too, it's all based on you not paying attention to the fucking signs that have been there and you not paying attention to the facts. Okay. And then the other part is now that Pluto is in your 2nd house. I know it's terrifying to see things get ripped away and you don't want them to get ripped away. But the truth is, like, are you really that connected? So like the big question is this really as sour as you think it is? So my best advice to you is that whatever you are upset about or that's hardcore that's going on, is it that big of a deal? Is it even worth losing your shit over? No, it's not. It's kind of like the universe is saving you from really the most stupid ass shit. So what you're feeling is how bad it could get eventually, but it feels like it's really bad in the moment, but it's not. If you actually look at the facts, it'll be like, wait, hold on a second. This is not aligned for me. And so this is more coming in areas that definitely deal with, because you do, have Venus that's going to retrograde here in the 4th, but this Mars direct in your 7th, it does feel like you emotionally kind of tricked yourself. And I think that the panic attack is that you think it's so bad when really it's like, this is not a tiger in the room. This is not anything of value that is of true value for your future. This is something that, of course, as a human being, we have compassion for, but I feel like you are dodging a bullet and you need to see it like that, opposed to, I am losing everything and how dare I, and start also losing it into I'm not smart and being really self-negative thought patterns. You are dodging the best bullet ever, okay? Like, you need to get out of the guilt in yourself about not truly valuing yourself, because you're learning how to value yourself now. Like, you don't deserve whatever is fucking causing you all this shit right now. It's like, you need to wake up to, like, you don't deserve this shit. Somebody's not emotionally truly putting in their work. Somebody's said they're going to do things and they're not. Somebody is not able to hold on to the emotion, so it's bringing up abandonment, whether that's father or mother abandonment issues, right? Because of Venus, Chiron in the 4th here, family, like a family trauma event that's happened, and most likely one of your parents that left this earth early, or one of your parents that just left or was never around. This person is mirroring it, even if they're the opposite sex. And if they're the same sex, it's very clear. The other thing is the South Node in Virgo is saying, stop giving so much positive, no worries, it's all good, keep fucking up. Like the problem is you're dealing with somebody who just keeps fucking up. They keep fucking up. They keep fucking up. And you keep going, you know what? I'll write it off. No big deal. It's all good. It's like, you have shown too much empathy now. And you have also, that too much empathy has caused you to not think straight. And so I think that you're being shamed, but really now you're starting to believe, and that's where the panic attack's happening, that you're doing something wrong when you're not. You're not getting in return any truth of what was promised to you. What values that you hold, are they respecting those values? Because I almost feel like you're having to respect what they want, but you're not getting back in return what you want. So this could be a job or a relationship, but I definitely feel the relationship aspect. It could be somebody at that, but Jupiter, remembers, in your 5th. So this is bringing up, or sorry, it's in your 6th. It's Uranus in your 5th. But it's all Jupiter in this square. It's the 6th house. It's like, this is undue stress you don't need anymore in your life. Like, this is like wiping off the stress off your table. That's how you have to look at it, opposed to freaking out about it. Like, no more freaking out. You need to, what is the culprit causing you all this stress in your life? It's very simple. First, look at where this Mars goes direct this weekend. Relationship. Which relationship's causing me the biggest stress of my life? Who's not keeping their promises? Who's not respecting my values? Who is not able to actually speak to me in truth and always creating some fucking story that's making me now start to fucking create stories? This is about taking the ownership back and not feeling bad about what is truly connected of value, and knowing when it's not truly connected to value. Simple. Keep it super simple. Okay, because this is where it feels like you are in the most confusing situation when it's actually not. It's like the simplest thing ever. Like, wipe this confusing, weird, stressful, shame feeling energy that if you look at the facts, you're not dealing with fucking anything you should feel ashamed about. If anything, that motherfucker on the other side who's ever doing the shit or whatever's happening in your life really is not to blame, but more like just is the cause of the stress and not valuing you. And it could feel like it's, I don't know what to do. And you could have also attachments because you don't want to lose money or you don't want to lose because you're at least getting something. So it's kind of like addicted because, well, I am valued in some way, even if it's not really being valued. But it could also be like fear of losing some sort of financial aspect when really it's like, no, you'll gain more. Although I think that'll be for some. For others, it'll be more like, well, somebody's actually paying attention to me. You know, it's like, what do I do if I don't have that anymore? It's like, what do you mean? You can have better, much more valued people that value you even more than this, because it's almost like you're getting nada, but it seems like you're getting all of it. When you're getting one piece of a puzzle, but not all the pieces, and the puzzle will never come together. You're getting all the ends of a puzzle, but none of the middle pieces. It's like, oh my God. And you're trying to put a corner in the middle somewhere and have it fit. Not gonna work. So I feel like you're dodging a bullet this week and into these next 2 months. It's gonna be, you know, a weird Venus retrograde in your fourth to your third. This is clearing out how you deal with these weird emotions that you don't understand how to deal with. And also at the same time, your self-worth and value, that's now this new thing after you now know who you are and what you want. Pluto's done in Capricorn. All the biggest Capricorn transits in your life have happened. Okay, you are the sign that is the fresh new fucking building museum of the whole zodiac. You are the fresh new person who knows fully who you are fully. So no more fucking, don't let somebody keep graffitiing it and you every day going and painting. It's a brand new building. And you're like, oh, it's okay, no problem. You're just gonna piss on this too? Okay, hold on, let me get this fucking, let me hose it off. No. No. I'm going to leave it at that. As somebody in the chat just said, Leo King gives it to you straight shot. I do. Yeah, and you got the temperance card. No more stress. This is the best card. This is the stress where it just flows. It just is, the universe is in harmony. The temperance is literally how the water is flowing, but it's how the whole slowness of things that are natural keep growing. You're dealing with things that aren't growing, they're shrinking into like, and you're trying to like shoot it up with fucking steroids to make it grow again. It's not going to happen. It should be chilled out, and you're dealing with somebody who's not causing you you're dealing with somebody who is causing you stress and not allowing you to chill. All right. We're getting there. We're almost. You hear the jackhammers? I'm at the fucking airport and they're fucking doing some shit. Coming into Aquarius with jackhammers. How funny is that? That's where all the construction is. Not Capricorn anymore. It's in Aquarius. All right. That building is gone. Your Aquarius building is gone. Pluto's in there. Do not enter. Not allowed. I'm going to start with that, but I'm going to finish my brownie first. I'll let you take in that jackhammer for a sec. All right. Annoys you too? I don't know what you're saying. Jackhammers annoy you? Well, you're being jackhammered out for the next fucking 20 years. Look at this. Oh, we already did text. We need this. There we go. From your first house, Aquarius, all the way down here, right, to the bottom of your chart where Uranus is. But look at all the planets just from what we're talking about right now. This is the first quadrant. Welcome to the biggest restart of your whole entire life. And what's crazy is anything, I warned every fucking Aquarius at the end of the 2024 in November, I said, whatever you're going to carry over in or try and bring in is going to be part of getting pulled out too, right? So you have to remember, I told every Aquarius to just bail out on everything they had and come into this with this less because it's going to be hard because it's going to take a long time for Pluto to jackhammer it out. Okay? So this is all this Pisces energy and the new moon's happening here. We got Saturn here. We got Mercury here. We got this North Node. We got Neptune and it's square to Jupiter in your fifth, the second house to the fifth house. Pluto in your first. And we are out of shadow, so this is all new territory. On top of that, Uranus, the ruler of your sign, is in the fourth house. So it's like one. Whew. This is a whole new movie you've never experienced in your life before. And it's bringing up self-worth issues. Okay? Now, you've dealt with a lot of those. But now it's crippling because that square to Jupiter is like, if I just had money or if I was just a little bit happier with this or if my body was a little different with that or if I lost a little weight here, whatever it is that makes you not feel the best about yourself, okay? Because the other part is you can be like, no, I'm the happiest little bird ever, right? But then it's like, are you really lying? Pluto's going to be seeing, are you lying to yourself? We're jackhammering and taking off the mask, right? And Aquarius, believe it or not, loves a mask, right? I'm not talking about a fucking COVID mask. I'm just talking about like the spiritual mask, right? Because who is the guy who is carrying the water? Who is the water bearer? Nobody knows. For all we know, he could be an AI fucking Tesla robot who just like is carrying a water jug. We don't know. Uranus likes to sit up in the fucking clouds and have his own little party. The only one that knew how to get up there and convince all the women to fucking cut his nuts off and bring him down was Saturn. Well, Saturn is in your second house in Pisces. So when it comes to like with Pluto now in your first house, your brother, right? Your brother is here and he is not up above. He's down below. And so he's here to pull you down where you don't want to go. And where do you not want to go? Money issues, self-worth issues, or feeling like you're not valued or that you're not feeling your talents being, like they're not getting to what would make you happy fully. And this is the big beginning. You have to realize that you have to reevaluate what your talents are, and you have to let go of this version that you have projected in yourself of what it's supposed to look like and what your greatest value is. In order for you to see what's a bigger value than you can see right now, you have to let it go. So what's going to be very difficult about this one is dealing it within your romance or dealing within your self-love. It could be both or one of the others. It's weird because that Mars comes direct this week on Sunday in Cancer in the sixth house. So, you know, it went retrograde in your seventh house and then it came back in the sixth house. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, totally about this relationship and now you're at like where there's stress. The reality is changing. It's changing your body. It's changing your physical appearance. The wear marks are happening. This is also where money is becoming very much an issue, whether it's the south node being in the 8th house, like you need a loan and it can't happen, or you need money to come out of the sky, or somebody else provides all the money and now you feel like you're worthless. One or the other. Now you have all the most amazing skill, and you have to remember that through this time. You have to remember though that Pluto is jackhammering everything that you have been on your own little cloud, thinking you can just be away and live your life in this kind of cloud that nobody can really come up to, whatever. Pluto's Hades is pulling you down. Like that's why we see all the planes falling out of the sky, right? Pluto is pulling down anything in the sky for the next 19 years. Mixed with the Jupiter-Pluto 3 times in Capricorn. I already talked about that at the beginning of this. So this is your moment for you to go, one, my life emotionally, Mars coming direct, especially Mars is the ruler of your 3rd house. And we have Venus that's about to go retrograde there when we come back after this horoscope this week. And Chiron's here. It's like you've reached a place where you can't figure out like what to do. Like it's almost like you've reached a place where you're blank, and it's when you need to produce. You need to either produce, create, make something happen, or your physical appearance, your life is changing and you're locked into a situation where it's become dramatically serious. And how do you deal with it? And it's, again, money or you having to come up or produce, or your whole physical appearance changing. And will you still be loved? Will you still love yourself? Pluto is also a planet that comes through and nobody looks the same. So if you watch Capricorns, when Pluto came in, they all don't look the same after it. Okay? Welcome to Pluto in your sign. So you're evolving, and then because there's so much in the 2nd house, you are the most sensitive about self-worth, feeling of value, and having the people that you love or that love you wanting that value to be on that place. And there's some ideological situation going on here where it's like somebody you thought that was cool and always valued you no matter what, now they show they don't. There's a difference in opinion. Jupiter in the 5th square. Uh-oh. And also, this is where you are starting to go, what else will make me happy? If you're starting to do that, you're also dealing with somebody who's thinking the same thing, but it might not be about talents or skills. It might be about other interests. So you're also dealing with like you picking up on energy like you never have before. And I think the big question is, how do you have the conversations that will seem crazy? Because one thing that's going to happen now in your life is you're going to become extremely psychic, but that psychic energy is not going to be soft. It is going to come with hard ass intense shit. And so with that Venus that's there in Aries with Chiron, how do I figure it out, or how do I communicate this? And with Mars here in the 6th house, it's like it's like you have to realize that you're uncomfortable with making changes in your life. You're a fixed sign. You're the most uncomfortable with making changes to what feels comfortable. So it's almost like you've gotten super comfortable even though it's not comfortable. Okay? So you have to be honest with yourself with Pluto now in your sign. It's not comfortable. There's a truth, Venus in Aries, Chiron. It's a weird truth that you need to start being honest with your own self and let the jackhammer take the mask away and the ego and get to the bottom of like, what's really going on? Who am I? What is this? And then how do I communicate this really sensitive issue? Because this much Pisces squaring that Jupiter, this much Pisces with the eclipses coming, this new moon is like, we are getting to the bottom of every self-worth issue you've ever had. And we are going to dramatize that in every little corner of your life. So if it's about body, if it's about love, it's about money, that's where it's going to do it in whatever area that you're the most sensitive of. And it's going to throw facts that you have to start to live with the truth. Like the fact is, You're eating too much. The fact is, you're emotionally not loving yourself, so that's why you're having the self-worth issue with money or with this or with that, right? Or you're in love with somebody who doesn't love you. That's why. Or you're in love because you're being taken care of, the money comes through easy, and you're not putting yourself to actually work. You've like given up fully, or you're about to give up, or whatever. Like this is like this really weird moment, but the very beginnings of welcome to Pluto in your sign. That it really now is the first new moon after being a first new moon in Aquarius that was conjunct Pluto. Now this is the first new moon after your first part of the whole transit of Pluto in your second house, and it's extreme. And plus that Venus that's going to retrograde, the last time was in 2017, right? In March. Oh my God, I'm going Mars, Venus, Uranus. I'm going I've got all these ideas. Now, an idea is not going to save the day. What's going to save the day now is you having really difficult conversations about weird shit that you're picking up on, and then also addressing in yourself these extremely sensitive areas that you're going to be constantly triggered about money. You might even have a partner that, or a person you're dating, comparing you to somebody else who makes money. Like, you should be doing this, or you should look this way, or da 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 da. Like, you have to have your fucking awareness on, because at the same time, you can't get away anymore with like being in this your own little world. Like you're pushed in front now. Like everything now is like, you can't hide. And I think that's the hard part. What's the hardest part about this Aquarius energy for Aquarius now is there's no more hiding. There's nowhere to hide. You cannot just kind of find your little quiet space anymore. Right? Like there's always, and it's like somebody's kind of like watching you. And I don't know why I'm getting that. Somebody's watching you, and they're watching you, and you don't like it, but they're observing you, and you don't know what it's like to truly be observed. You like to observe people, but now you're being observed. And I think the question is, why are they observing you? Now, it might not be malicious. It could just be like, well, you're my life. But you need to ask. The best way to deal with the hardest self-worth issue in life is like in a psychic experience where you are picking up on something and you need to ask the question to get it cleared up. Do you have the cojones to actually go, can we sit down and have a talk whenever you have a free moment? Today, tomorrow, a week, whenever, when we both can sit down. I just need to tell you what's going on. Okay, yeah. And when that moment comes, will you actually deliver the full hardcore truth that you're feeling? Because feelings is your biggest issue with Uranus and Taurus. Don't know how to express them. It's either too crazy out of nowhere and don't know how to, and lets it go out of control, or tries to keep it all in and just try to be super cool about it. No. You're going to have to learn how to be a human being, and that we all have to find a way to mitigate from going too wild and also not suppressing. And that deals with a confident self-worth within oneself and a secure attachment within yourself that you really don't know anymore because it was fake the last time you thought you were secure in yourself. Like, really, it's bringing up, like, am I being taken care of money-wise? Or do I really not know what I'm doing with money? Do I really not know what I'm doing with my physical appearance? Am I really not as sexy as I thought I was? Like, Pluto is going to take your ego and everything that you created in your little identity and go, take that off. And you're going to be like, oh my God, I was connected to my life off my value system because I thought I was hot. You're not hot? Oh no, what do? I was relying on being hot and being emotionally disconnected, so people just gave me money and they could do whatever I want. No, that life's over. Now, you could still be hot. You have to find it within yourself, though, and not off the ego anymore that is stripping away the building that you propped yourself up with, because you've never really found that true full identity you can fully connect with. And that's going to only come through finding that in the exploratory energy of communicating what's coming up that you normally wouldn't say. And every sensitive place that's coming up that's triggering your self-worth. Now, you can't be controlling either. So if you feel like your partner's talking to someone else, you got to bring it up. But you don't know how to handle that. Sometimes you go way off the handle. So, you know, I used a lot. Honestly, Sagittarius is having way more crazier fucking drama. I know I told you you're the drama of the year, but it feels like this is a moment that begins that drama. But I don't think after reassessing and looking at fucking Sag, they are definitely the ones that movies will be written about. Yours is about really this education within yourself of figuring out who you are. Because I think that you've invested yourself into so many things and you don't really know if it's who you are. You have to investigate that. So you have to be an investigator for yourself. And the reason why you're feeling hollow, no matter how many good things are going on in your life or how much even you say you love yourself, there's this falseness about who you thought you were. You have to get to the raw energy and to the extreme nature, and there's a shadow. And I think that's the scary part, is there's this huge shadow. And that shadow has to be dealt with. And that shadow is your ego that's attached to things, that wants things, that is things, that lives certain things, and it fucks up when you get in these sensitive positions. And now that shadow is being exposed. Right? So that if you go and read any of the Pluto books and understand how Pluto and the shadow works, you know, you have to look at the opposite counterpoint, right? And you have to understand, like Jeffrey Wolf Green says, like there's a point, the opposite point, and it's Leo for you, where you're going to learn. And it's going to be, do you know how to express your happiness for real? Like, I mean, do you actually know how to like be the talk of the town? Like, you're the one who has to be the star now, not me, not Leo's. We already know how to do that. You do. You don't know how to communicate what you really are. What is going on inside? What is your sensitive issues? Because you are going to be sensitive, like put fucking caution tape around Aquarians, because you look at them the wrong way, they're going to be like, what? You think I'm ugly? You think I'm fat? You think I'm this? You think I'm that? I have money. What on the butt? Like, what? I just like, looked at you. You need to be able to be like, let's say somebody looked at you like that. Instead of reacting, be like, can we talk for a sec? Because let's say your intuition picks up this crazy psychic energy. Like, I just got a hit that they're fucking telling me like, that I'm fucking not good looking. Okay, instead of freaking out, do you have like 5 minutes right now, or would it be better like in an hour or two? It's something that means something to me. So this is going to test, do you know how to set your value? And then when you get to it, communicating it like, I got this hit. Is that what you meant? And if they lie, you don't attack them. You now have to know your value and own your secure. I cannot be in a friendship, a relationship, or anything that doesn't value my happiness and doesn't value the respect of being honest with me, when obviously the context, what was done, don't try and scapegoat it. Like, you're only going to get through this passage now in your life of actually owning your highest self-worth. And that's going to mean saying no to the things you want to say yes to. Because we're all having to say goodbye in Pisces. And what you're having to say goodbye to is the thing you treasure and value the most. And that's gnarly. And it's a part of your self-worth. It's something that you're physically attached to. It's money, or it's something that you thought was what defined your value system spiritually. In order for you to see what's better than that, beyond it. And there's stress with Mars stopped in Cancer, and it's been stopped here. I mean, this is definitely where the universe is like fiddling around. And, you know, even these nodes are really like, you know, this 8th house is kind of like, you got to go through it. It's not going to be like, okay, just end it all and start anew. You're in too many complicated situations now. It's complicated. that you've gotten too complicated. Everything in your life is a complicated mess now. Emotionally, self-worth-wise, your own shadow, communication, how did you end up in this? The home life with Uranus there is not even normal. It's up and down and left and right, and it's an earthquake when you think it's not going to be, and when you think it's going to be an earthquake, it's fine. And you got the Empress reversed. The thing you treasure the most is what you must let go of. Because what you think you're sitting on of preciousness is not precious anymore. In order for you to move through this and actually find your self-worth. And I recommend for every Aquarian to read about secure attachment style, because you're going to have to flex that like a motherfucker in everything, work, personal relationships, family, everything. Because you are a trigger fest right now of sensitivities about your looks, money, self-worth, purpose, are you valued, all that stuff. And you have to be able to drop that secure attachment style. And a secure attachment style is not just about secure with self, it's also about how you act to somebody else. You tell somebody, I don't feel like I'm being respected, and hey, this is what's happening, and calmly knowing how to deal with situations. You just can't sit there and, lash out or be lasher. If you're watching Mayfair Witches, if you're watching Mayfair Witches, great show on AMC right now, season 2. Aquarians are lasher coming into this world. Oh, what is this world? I just want to drink the milk. Oh my God. The baby that's grown in 3 days. That's really this crazy, weird humanoid from another world that helped witches get their power to go find his other one. Anyway, I'm going to call you guys Lasher for 19 years. I can't wait for every Aquarius to look up Lasher. You're going to be like, what the fuck is this motherfucker talking about? And Aquarius, if you are ugly, do something about it. If you're out of money, stop sitting on the couch. Stop. If you feel shame for taking money, you better really love the person, or are you really there because it was a safe bet? That's the kind of shit of your shadow work that you got to do. Holy fuck. All right. Last one's Pisces, and then we're outies. A long night for me. Fuck. How long we been on? 4 hours, 57 minutes. Fuck, man. People tell me, yeah, king. Shit. Who else fucking does this? All right, Pisces. Well, happy birthday. What a fucking powerful, gnarly birthday for you with the North Node. Now, this is about you finding your power. You've got Saturn here. You got the North Node here. You got Neptune, your ruler here. You got this new moon happening. You're the sign where, yes, it's about you finding your power. Now, Pluto's in Aquarius, so this is not about trying to run to your past and dig the grave and Frankenstein something from your past and trying to bring it in this moment that you've been defining and waiting your whole life to define this moment. This is a moment. Like I remember last year, during your birthday last year, I was like, okay, now you're going to start to see this new you. Now it's really here. Now you have to really go into it. Do not try and bring your past into this moment. Okay? That is your fucking, again, your escape. There is no escape fucking pod. There is no emergency exit for you. Okay? So you don't want to destroy your life over some bullshit past shit. Because now with the North Node Saturn, new moon, Neptune, Mercury, Venus in your second house ready to retrograde, Mars in your fifth house ready to go direct, or it does go direct this week. This is this moment where I think every Pisces, since the 1520s, the last time we saw Saturn, Neptune, and Pisces, have waited for this moment. You've never known who you actually really were. You were always floating in this world like, what the fuck is going on? Not anymore. You've waited your whole life for this week to be the beginning of Pisces not being the lost one, but the one that is guiding us all into how we watch the world exit the world we thought it was to a new world. You are the ushers that will guide all of us light workers and how we usher to help the people that will not understand what's going on. You're going to be the one that shows us how to do it. And this is the very beginning of that moment. You have worked your whole life and so many lives, it would be impossible to keep track for this moment. Your minor, yet it can feel serious issue is self-worth. It's minor. It's not like Aquarian's issues. This Venus that's about to retrograde here, and with Mars now direct in your fifth, you know you got the goods in your heart. You know that you are in a good space in your heart, but you are attacking your own self viciously about your self-worth. It's the oldest wound you have. Your own physical look. Remember, Venus is at detriment in Aries. The biggest mistake for Pisces is basing their life off of vanity, right? It's about courage. That's why Mars is the ruler of Aries. So when Mars is in Aries, you're confident, not because of how you look, because you know the soul that's within you and what it came here to do. And so when you're doing what you came here to do and you're in your best space, you look, the soul, Pisces, you're the fish. So there is no like normal skin. Like your soul, you look how your soul looks. And so if you're going to let the stupidest Venus detriment in Aries retrograde, that's gonna happen after this week. With Mars in your fifth, this is your celebration moment. That the portal has opened for every Pisces that have waited their whole entire lives. This is not about your relationships. If you're having to work on your relationship and you haven't figured that shit out by now and can't find a positive connection, they're distractions, okay? Like this is about your moment. And if you don't have a partner that sees that and is able to work with you and figure things out and make it to where it's easy for you to come into this fucking portal, then get them fucking out of your life. But they'll fall out. You don't even have to get them out. They'll just fall out. This is where you don't even be focused on that shit. South Node in the seventh house, your relationships are fine. The ones, if they're bad, they'll just naturally fall out. So you don't have to worry about that. If they're bad people, they'll just go away. Okay? Because you're so focused on getting through this portal that's finally arriving this week about this is you defining why your legacy spiritually and your full destiny of why you're here. This is it. This is the new moon that says, fuck yeah. Because next year, we're not going to have, when that solar eclipse in Pisces happens, Neptune and Pisces will be in Aries. So this is the new moon, the last new moon in your sign with Neptune in the ruler, with the North Node and with Saturn. We'll have Saturn next year. But the Neptune, the ruler, where you're fucking literally here. This is the new moon that sets forever that you have finally arrived. This is who you are. There's no going backwards. There's no more figuring out who to be. You've gotten the signs, you've gotten the clues, and it's just the beginning. So there's so much more to it. Don't forget about that. That's the other thing, is you might think this is it. No, that's where your self-worth issue is going on with that Venus stopping with Chiron. You have so much because you just entered fully conscious of who you are, and that everything for the rest of your life moving forward, you can move through with purpose and meaning, and not questioning from a confident identity and knowing that point of view. Your tweaked out work that has to happen is in maintaining the love for yourself with Mars and Cancer, and that's where you take care of yourself. You can't rebound on that and let go of that or get drowned out. You can't drown yourself with self-hate and self-loathing. You have to love yourself, and that's how you take care of yourself in this moment. While at the same token, you can't let these little things about your view of yourself, your vanity, money, you have so much to experience. It's when you're in your happy soul, you look the most amazing. It's when you hate yourself and you think it doesn't look good, that's because it's a reflection on you. You're a Pisces. Aries is very simple. So Venus and Aries at detriment is so based off just like what something looks at immediately, and then it goes away. So it's like the first look, you might be like, I don't know. Get back to your loving yourself and your happiness, and oh, it's no big deal. You're the one that has the drive to create and manifest the dreams. You're the one giving the gift from God of all the signs to have all of these planets in Pisces, your sign, the ruler Neptune, after all the chaos of the last 5 years, to move us forward into understanding what dreams can look like. But you have to remember that these are going to be to where you as a Pisces now are a dreamer, but a dreamer that makes it happen. Meaning you're not a dreamer that just passes it off and just is always in the, oh, this is pretty. No. It's pretty, but specifically this is pretty, and specifically this is what I'm going to create. This is now the marker that you click that it just started. Your whole life has just started during this new moon. It has never started until this new moon. Ever. Everything was temporary. Everything was going to be washed out. It's the last 2 years since Saturn ingressed with Neptune has been the beginnings of building blocks. This is where it feels like the soft opening. So, Pluto will try to, people from your past or old passing, you can just let all that shit go. You don't need to try and escape to it. You're not missing out on anything. And you have so much to create, and patience is a virtue. So you got to be patient, meaning like you've made it, but it's just the beginning. So think of it for the rest of your life, the timer just started. And, Saturn's now at the third decan, and we're at getting it close to coming to Aries this year. Neptune, your ruling planet, is a month away after the end of this week from fucking coming into Aries after being in here since 2011, and then it came back in 2012 and has been there since 2012, 13 and 14 years. It'll be 15 next year. But you have been through the wildest life. Nobody could even comprehend how it felt to be as lost and beautiful and what the fuck's happening. Well, now this is what it was for. This is going to be a week that opens up the defining factor of your life. Remember, Jupiter is in square to this, and you can't be afraid of, not being safe or that something's going to fall out. No, you're safe. Jupiter's in the fourth. Keep restoring yourself, taking care of yourself. You don't need to run. This is not a race. You're a Pisces. You just came in the portal. Don't get caught up and run too fast or do too much and then get sucked in and ruin the beginning, right? Like, be calm, follow things that you love that are genuine and good for you and nurturing and caring, because you don't want any of that old Capricorn 11th house. Those people who just want to use you. Those people that just literally just like had an agenda for you. This is about you. and people that support you without them pushing an agenda. Like literally just, and you know what? Those people are going to be very few. People that are serious and got their shit together. You can't be with messy people anymore. You can't be with people who are like, you can be compassionate, loving, and caring as a friend, like as far as from afar, but you can't get so involved anymore with stupid people. That's that Pluto in the 12th and in Aquarius and that lesson of all that Capricorn stuff. Like you got to be with minimal people who have their shit together. Because you're getting your shit together. When you're around people that got their shit together and they've proven to you that they don't have an agenda for you either of control and actually support you and like how God does, and you're at this moment where it's at it, I don't think Pisces are in bad places. I feel like this is Pisces, like, I think I'm speaking a language that they've been wanting to hear for a long fucking time that nobody's spoken to them. This is what you waited eternity for. I'm going to leave it at that. Just don't fuck it up off your little self-worth issues. That is your minor issue, right? And your little, oh, am I doing enough? You're doing everything and more. Let this process, it's Jupiter in the 4th. Take some time. You're protected to come in here and think of it like loading up all the right stuff so you go into this world and change it for the rest of your life correctly. So you're not behind. It's okay to take the rest. It's okay to, you're not, and stop looking at it from a physical point of view. This is where it's all twisted with Chiron there. You're like twisting the physical wrong. Like get more back to who you are, the spiritual, the love, the comfort, the fun, and this is it. And don't get distracted off relationships right now. You know the ones that are there for you. You're not here to go service people right now. All right? If you have a partner that needs servicing, they're going to fall apart. They're going to not stay. God's going to do it for you. You don't have to do shit, okay? You deserve this. This is the moment you've waited your whole fucking eternity and lifetimes for, unless you were around in the 1520s. Judgment card reversed. You're at the moment that you waited for. Don't you dare start judging yourself and thinking, no, you're not, and there's this wrong. And stop that. That's your problem with Chiron and Aries for so long now. And all this Aries you've had to deal with. Like, I feel like you also feel like, oh, am I missing out? No, you've actually arrived, and just own this moment. And anybody who needs servicing, you're not here to be the slave to somebody, okay? So you need to have your independence. North Node's in your own sign. This is about where you can't have a needy person trying to take you and do like, oh my God, you're done with that. This is where you have to be honored for what you are and who you are. And anybody who can't do that will just, don't pay attention to them and they'll just fall by the wayside. Don't give energy. Don't be distracted off that, and don't let your self-worth or try to prove yourself or I need to do more right now. Don't. You are just perfect the way you are right now. It's Saturn in your sign. It's the slow roast, and you finally have made it to where we're at the soft open. Yes, there's more to build on top of this beautiful building and life that you're creating. And yes, there's so much amazing, beautiful things you're going to be doing. So don't you dare think you're missing out. All right. Well, that was an interesting, long, I knew I got called energetically to be like, yo, I got to show up for the world and be like, yo, this shit's about to happen. And I would definitely recommend going on highvibe.tv if you've not purchased the X moment, because that whole lecture that I did and all the research that's in there literally is about March and April and the craziest shit that we are ever going to see in our lives. The predictions, the history, the rarity, the most people have not done the research, have not seen that it was what all of our ancient astrologers, the prophetic ones were talking about, was this moment. I go into it in there. It is nar, and it will help you understand when all these things change, which you already are seeing just the smallest little bit of it, and you think that's big. So I appreciate you all very much. Thanks so much for being on a high vibe. If you're not on a high vibe, for following me. And I really hope that people watch the first part of this video, and I hope that people tag it correctly to please tell people to watch it instead of just skip by it, because that is deep spiritual truth and where I'm at. And I feel that after all these years of doing this work, I deserve to allow my voice to be heard without it being chopped up by people that just want to hear their instant ego gratification of their sun sign horoscope, which you get plenty of in this. I appreciate you all. Thanks so much. We're going to be fine. It's just going to be, we're all, like I said it a long time ago. We're all the words on a book, and the book's ending, and the new book is over there, and we're the words flying on to the new book to be the new story that's going to be written over this next year and a half. So it's going to fucking feel weird. Love y'all. Take care. Much love. Bye-bye.
Attention, please.